Labirynt.
Exhibitions.
Wystawy.
Ausstellungen.
Performance.
Lectures and meetings.
Wykłady.
Vorträge und Treffen. In virtual and in real space.
W przestrzeni wirtualnej i realnej.
Im virtuellen Raum und im realen Raum. Artists from all over the world.
Międzynarodowe grono artystów.
Künstler aus aller Welt.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie w drugim dniu Festiwalu Nowej
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the second day of the New Art Festival, Labyrinth. We've been touring the exhibition since the very morning, and right now we're beginning the festival studio program. And the first point is the Noi Yoshikawa's lecture, entitled Let Us Talk About Why I Use Photos Made by Somebody Else. Before we move on to the lecture, though, we have Professor Jerzy Olek with us, who is also a dear friend and an artistic collaborator of Naoya. So maybe the professor can introduce us the person of our lecture in a moment. So the sentence that I will tell you about well, is used by me very rarely, because the word I use is well, a precious word, and you should not overuse it, I would say. So the sentence is: Naoya Yoshikawa is my friend, is my dear friend. I really respect the word good friend, and I don't overuse it, and it's very elite for me. I think that you should only use it after years of common experience, not only good, positive situations. That is how I perceive Naoya Yoshikawa, that I've known for many years, a very interesting person. We've met on the occasion of doing a very interesting project. So I suggested 1999 in Japan and the year 2000 in Poland the exhibition of two inventions. And I proposed the title "Tomorrow is Today." And the exhibition was about using photography to show two generations of Polish and Japanese generations. It was supposed to be mine generation and the generation of our students. So tomorrow is today, the change of guard, so to say, new generation comes in with new proposals. The exhibition started in Nara, the first capital city of Japan, and then after a few editions it took place in Poland as well. The most celebratory opening and the most interesting effects were observed in Manga Museum in Krakow. Students participated in this project, invited by Naoya, Professor Yoshikawa, and other professors, his colleagues from other universities. In terms of my generation, I invited Berdyszak, Wojnecki, Przyborek. And Witold Węgrzyn from Gdańsk. So that was the Polish group that is well on its that's seeing its artistic dusk, and then a new generation of artists. So then we were treated royally, like nobility, But Naoya Yoshikawa, let's get back to our artist. Naoya Yoshikawa is a professor at a university, an artistic university that has 17 departments, something unimaginable in Poland, design and arts departments. Another interesting information, the studies last for 6 years there, not 5 as usual, but in Poland, but 6 years. Students from many countries, also from Europe, but from Argentina, from the UK, so an international community of students. Great architecture, great conditions. Even though electronics dominates, there are tasks to be performed in an analog photography as well. Great equipment, most modern generation, magnifiers, wet tables, and so on. We have great documentation of this facility. It was comprised of 3 buildings. Each of them was shaped as a geometrical figure from bird's eye view. Triangle, square, and circle. Why? Because this is the oldest remaining calligram of the Japanese Buddhism. So it's almost their national sign. And this is how the architecture was designed. 3 basic shapes, figures, overlapping with each other. And then another interesting thing for me at this university, and it was also sparked by Professor Yoshikawa, there are no original activities of students on the first year. So when you're a first year student, you're nobody, basically. You start learning, you start getting, around, and you're learning the steps. So the first tasks, semester tasks, are based on group projects. For example, you create a sculpture, you create an installation. And then, and only then, on the second year, you can start signing your pictures within the tasks. Naoya Yoshikawa comes from Nawa. As I said, first capital city of Japan, created in 9th century, and already back then it had 200,000 citizens. Unimaginable for Poland. Mr. Professor, unfortunately we need to start the presentation because we won't keep up with the schedule. I'm building silence, so yes, I have to stop here. But Professor Yoshikawa creates great projects using calligraphy, using light. So it's no point of me talking about the movie. Yes, we will have a lecture by Professor Yoshikawa entitled, again, Let Us Talk About Why I Use Photos Made by Somebody Else. Let's start the presentation.
Hello everyone. My name is Naoya Yoshikawa from Japan. And I have to say congratulations for Labyrinth 2020. And thank you so much to invite me to Labyrinth 2020. And I'm very sorry I couldn't come to there in this year. I wanted to meet with you and talk a lot of, and drink and eat something. But next time I'm looking forward to see you. This lecture is about my art, title which is Why I Make Works Using Photos Taken by Others. Why I make works using photo by taking others. We are not able to use real materials in my class of university. Therefore, I use slide that are copies of the illustrations of specialized books. When I was a student, one day a professor who said that the ability of a photographer could be understood by making a copy of a photo. I always remember that word. Copying seems like a simple task and is certainly difficult. The camera must be aimed perpendicular to the plate so that it does not distort its shape, and the light must be evenly lit so that there is no shading of light. If you take the time to carefully look through the viewfinder of a camera, you may forget that you are copying, and you may get the illusion that the scene is in front of you. The scenery of the battlefield and the street corner in the light of in front of me, and I misunderstand that I'm shooting. And I feel that I can get a little closer to the feeling of photographer. However, the world in the viewfinder never moves with stop time. And when you take your eyes off the viewfinder, it returns to the real world. Copying in the tedious task. However, when I copied Kappa's The Falling Soldier, the photo I was using to scene looks different scene, and it looks like an actual scene as if I would be shooting. The feeling I had at that time was the starting point, and I began to find it interesting to make copies of photos. When I am copying documentary photos and place photo for use as teaching materials, I becomes to understand what the photographer was flowing with his eyes and what triggers the shutter press. In the case of portrait photography, I feel even more mysterious. The line of sight of the person in the frame matched my line of the sight when copying. I feel like that there looks at time. In reality, there are many things that I have placed through, such as the photographer's eye and consciousness, lenses and films, and time. But they disappear as a situation. About 100 years ago, Mr. Tenshin Okakura, who was a very famous philosopher and pioneer of history of art in Japan, recommended to painters that copying painting and imitating sculpture would lead to creation. In calligraphy, there is a learning method called Linsho. which is a method of copying classic model, which is a starting point of creation, but I have never heard to copying to learn photography. Since photography used a machine called a camera, it may be difficult from painting and calligraphy. Even though just looking at the picture taken through the viewfinder again makes me feel more realistic. Whether it's framed photo or a photo book, the human eye cannot cut out and see only the photo. Even if I concentrate and consciously try to look only at the photographs, I can see surrounding object and sight. However, when you look through the viewfinder, you can see only the world in the picture, just like when you actually shooting through the viewfinder, and you can experiment the feeling of shooting in the placed manner. In that scene, isn't copy one of the way of learning photography, just like copying and calligraphy? Look at an object. The reflected light is caught by the eyes, and the optic nerve conveys that information to the brain. You can say that you are looking at the brain, not the eyes. If so, copying a photo is like getting a glimpse of the photographer's brain. The photo is just a copy of discovered world. When I copied Falling Soldier, I feel that the uplifting feeling that Kappa felt in transmitted, whether it's done or not. The photo records the fact, but it's hard to tell the truth. That kind of ambiguity always accompanies photographers. Looking at what you see in the photo and imagining what you didn't see in one of the pleasure of building a photo. Thank you very much. My English is not good. I'm very sorry, but I'm looking forward to see you again. Thank you. I would like to show my works, which series of family photo. Those are copying from my family album. Just I'm holding individual exhibition in Tokyo right now. I have a dream to hold an individual exhibition in Poland or Germany near future. Thank you very much. See you again. Thank you. Dziękuję. Dankeschön. Thank you. Arigato. From Japan. This is Naoya Yoshikawa. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo
Like to
za
thank you
wykład.
for this lecture. Naoya Yoshikawa was at the festival Labyrinth in 2017. We are waiting for him next year. Hopefully he will be able to come. And I can see that we have a connection with the university, artistic university in Poznań with Mr. Sławomir Sobczak. He will show the film presentation of the Art University in Poznań. This is the introduction. In a second, there will be a presentation of the film, and Sławomir Sobczak will comment on the film. I think we can start. I would like to welcome everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm calling from home, not from university, because I'm actually quarantined. That's why for the first time in many years, I couldn't come to Słubice, and I can't be with you guys. But unfortunately, I'm isolated from the world, and even though if I wanted, I couldn't be with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to tell you too much. In the background, I prepared a very short 15-minute briefing of the film, short version of the film, which online organizers present on the festival. As I know, this film is presented on the Platz in Frankfurt. So if you want to watch this film in real life, not online, it's possible to do it in Frankfurt. The situation is like that at the beginning of this year. I offered my students a critical point. We didn't then know what would happen, what would be our challenge in the whole process of didactics, especially in the second term of the last academic year. We didn't know what to expect, but the films or short version of the films you are going to see now, this is the response of students to the topic critical point I invented. This is the term known for mathematicians, physicians mainly. As part of the cultural language in humanistics, this critical point was introduced thanks to thinking about ecology, for example, and problems associated with ecology as well. But this critical point also refers to many other our possibilities of development in terms of culture, but also what touched us, COVID-19, critical point, another critical point. This presentation was to be designed to be watched within the city, in the city. We found nice place in Frankfurt. We wanted to present it in open air. It lasts more than an hour, the entire film. But, of course, we know that because of pandemics, we were not able to do it. But anyway, I would like that this film, or the set of films, was presented to audience as I planned. The first film, which is actually now ending, you can see, Nicolas Ambert, our student, who, by using ready pictures and ready films, using internet, and he combined ready-made films with his own imagination. He created an impression, visual impression, which is a letter to COVID. When he asks COVID, "How many cousins do you have?" the response is 1 million. This is a very sad reflection, but unfortunately very true. Here you can see another film, Lena Lubińska. Of course, just the trailer of the film, not the entire movie. This film shows a person of unknown gender, but we can predict if this is actually a woman who is closed in so-called balloon, resembling a bit a situation of sexual dolls. Isolated. She's isolated. She's isolated from the external world. And then another film, which now you can see. Actually, I don't see what I'm presenting, so hopefully you can see the exact film now. Filip Strzelczyk. This is a short film by Filip Strzelczyk, a 3-minute film only, but he uses full range, full spectrum of film language. There is an actress, there is a director, scenography, and so on and so forth. So the whole movie machine. The film shows how people are closed and combined with different phobias, involved in different situations we experience every day, but which were not so obvious some time ago when we didn't have to isolate ourselves, when we didn't have to be living in our flats. Interesting realization of the film in terms of the language of the film. It shows the machine, or the world of machines that are overlooking us, that are looking at us, looking at our reality, and which are analyzing our reality in the way we don't actually understand. It's, of course, a potential situation, hypothetical one, but I think well presented by Filip and well observed by Filip in our world. Another film is totally different from the previous one because it uses very minimalistic language. It's a classical cartoon animation that actually happened in real life in a much longer time than it is presented in the cartoon. We can say it's so-called documentation of the event that happened before. This is the Monkey, the title of the movie. It's a student, actually, who is not at the Faculty of Intermedia. She studies photography. And the film also presents some kind of photography in it. I mean, there's a lot of photography in the film. What is the most important in this film is the text, is the content of this cartoon, which in this film, even though it's not expressed verbally, is present. It's about passing, it's about some events or phenomena associated with being involved in some of our imaginations, some of our visions, that we are involved in this world of commercialism, capitalism, and we have this melting ice and money, coins that we can that we see out of it, and the monkey that represents this corporation. And another film that you can see is a hybrid one. The beginning of the movie is like film, but the rest is a classical animation. We have here wonderful hybrid. What is important is the author of the movie, Chinese artist who studied in Poznań and stayed in Poznań for the time of pandemics, isolated. She lived in this dorm, and she didn't have actually many friends, family. Her family was far away, and her reflections are about the imaginary situation in which she was forced to be here in Poland. So she, in a way, quoted also her own presence. She created these Egyptian hieroglyphs. She transformed these hieroglyphs into her own history. She combined it with her history. I think this film is very inspiring in terms of the visual quality. Another film that you will see a short fragment, because it is one of the newest, the longest films. It's 13 minutes long. This is actually a film that was created in the workshop of Izabela Mustowska. This is the film of Mieszko Debko and Maria Wolny. The film was created with the hybrid method. It's a real film. You can see the fragment. It's like the real film in the physical reality. And the other part of the film is animation, 3D animation. It is all combined with very intimate commentary to the film. Commentary, dialogue actually between two people trying to explain each other a history from the past, understand the history from the past. Actually, they talk about the present, not about the past. They talk about the present day and about how they are involved in a very difficult and unexpected, especially for young people, situation of being isolated or being auto-isolated. Then film I would recommend particularly for you to watch, because I think it's very mature. It was made for the thesis, for the graduation thesis of the author, so it's very mature. And for a second, I'm not going to comment, because it's important actually what we are seeing now. Okay. I think we finished watching the fragment of the film. So the next material, the next film, it's a compilation, some experience conducted with students of the first year, intermedia faculty. They were studying experimental film. Jakub was the professor there, and he was teaching them. They were having some workshops, and due to the fact that workshops were online, his idea was that each student would gather everyday record of their lives, of their present situation, and how this lockdown influenced on them. And the collected, gathered material, this many hours of material, they were compiled into one visual reflection, which is called the Memoir of Pandemics. This is also interesting how young people looked through their windows on the reality, which was unusual, which was different, and how their feeling of empowerment, especially for young people, studying art was inhibited in a way. I hope that this inhibition didn't won't last long, and I hope that this inhibition would give them also impulse to move forward and understand the situation in which we can potentially be at any time. Okay, this is, I think, this we are going to finish the story. I would now recommend that you would watch all these films, and at the end, a very short reflection of mine. With the sound that is finishing this presentation. This is the fragment of my film, Fiasco, which I wanted to present at the end. As far as I know, this film was 15 minutes long, so I'm going to finish, but still, please enjoy my short film. Wishing you all a lot of health. Hopefully, this whole situation won't influence your thoughts, that you will think positively, that you will be creative despite pandemics. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. For the first time in years, I cannot be with you. I was here in Słubice as an artist, as a curator, now as a teacher. But I hope next time we will see each other. Maybe I will present then in Słubice or in Frankfurt my composition in the original form, so as a big screening in the public area in the city. So thank you again, and I give the floor to other speakers.
Thank you, Sławek. I'm not sure if you can still hear me. Yes, I do. Take care. And we do hope that we will see each other next year, and we will do what we've planned for this year. And that, well, I hope that coronavirus will be gone by then. But then we will be able to we will, be able to meet on the Mostowy Square. Then we will be able to approach. We will be able to come there and watch all the movies that he will show us. Thank you very much. Okay, the next two artists that I think can be presented together, Doris Titze and Thomas Hellinger. She comes from Dresden, and she had her chance of presenting first. But yeah, and Thomas has visited it twice. I think he's with us third time. And well, yeah, this time he well presented something beautiful in the St. Mary's Church, but I don't want to tell you too much. I'll just tell you a bit about, well, show the video. My name is Doris Titze. I'm an artist and art therapist in the city of Swupfurt. I act mainly as an artist. You can find my drawings along with large format works by Thomas Hellinger in St. Mary's Church in Frankfurt. Art is essential to my life. I cannot imagine my life without it, and above all, without my artistic work. Art is a luxury, but we cannot live without it. In particular, I'm interested in line, which is rather a simple mean of expression, like when you draw with a pencil on the piece of paper and you have infinite number of possibilities. Thanks to the line, we can create and at the same time isolate three-dimensional movements of paper. The color of the line ranges from absolute black to delicate gray. It can cover the entire page or sway on the paper alone. In the St. Mary's Church, I'm showing my only a selection of my works, large drawings that I created in 1986, created during my scholarship in Toronto, and the height of the works corresponds to the size of my body. Drawings are associated with the form. They are condensed and concentrated. They stand in contrast to the equally large but colorful and rather expanding paintings by Thomas Hellinger. The newest drawings displayed on the other wall are more symmetrical, linear, and I believe more spiritual. They fit more to the church and seem to be lighter and more vertical. Each line is important and affects the entire image. The drawings thicken from the light to dark exactly where the light shines through Thomas Hellinger's paintings as opposed to the dark strands. And well, line is important, I would say, and it creates you know, the whole space. My work is definitely using colors, and again, as I said, it's the contrast to Thomas Hellinger's work, and it creates an interesting contrast. We show opposites on a common base of multi-layeredness and movement that create virtual spaces. I'm happy that I can exhibit my works here, and well, I'm waiting for your reactions. And hopefully you will be able to, you know, gain something looking at my works as well. Hello, my name is Thomas Hellinger, and I have worked for 40 years. I've worked as an artist, as a freelancer, and my preferred media is painting and graphics. I create paintings in which I question the reception of stimuli from the outside world. Right next to the Doris works, we're showing well, big vertical photos positioned in an empty space. art allows me to make visible on my paintings these difficult questions, and I'm looking for new forms, and through my exhibitions I perceive the form of communication. I try to create interiors or spaces that are then representative of different aspects of realities. Light and shade are different aspects of this reality being placed on architectural space. They are fragmented, they are overlapping with other elements of the surrounding background, and that creates an interesting whole that allows us to perceive the difference or the unification of light and shadow. These artificial movements are generated while observing the work. Images shown in the St. Mary's Church were originally created for the exhibition in St. Cramens, and it shows the image of images corresponding with the interior of the church and corresponding with Doris Tietze's work, and they oppose their dense and rounded forms. Then the axis of the outlook also dictate the observation in this space, and they found their counterparts both in the surroundings and the structure, the immediate surroundings and the structure of all the church. I wish you great exhibition, and well, hopefully I'll see you soon. We don't say our goodbyes yet because we have both Doris and Thomas with us here today. It's a certain dialogue that we've experienced in the church during the presentation when Thomas Hellinger's works were discussed. Doris's works were presented. Doris deals with the big formats drawn by pencil, and Thomas is responsible for the paintings work. Could we ask for headsets? And now the translation into German proceeds. Yes, and of course they are differently interpreted, I'm sure, and that's why we want people to be sure which is which, and yeah, the narrative shows that we are dealing with great artistic dialogue here, and art being strongly connected with each other and with the surroundings. Yesterday Doris talked about her art therapeutic works, and you told us that you're using Thomas's works in your projects. Maybe you would like to tell us more about that. Well, I think it's important that our art is different, because it allows us to avoid this danger of equalizing or similarizing our art. Of course, we come from different backgrounds, but on the other hand, they do correlate with each other. Our ideas come from different thoughts, and they grow into different forms, of course. I wouldn't add anything more, I guess. I think Doris described it perfectly. We've studied together in Munich, where we met. A short anecdote: when I visited America, I had a scholarship there. I traveled a lot around the States, and I saw Kröning's works, for example, there. And I saw them in different colors, and and I saw them in different shapes as well. Then I think when Doris is sketching, her work is always based on different forms of media. I was a painter mostly. We are close, but not too close. You haven't studied architecture, right? No, I haven't. However, I was always fascinated with by pieces of architecture and working with it. Starting in 2004, I started working with photographs, and onto which, I put using the projector onto canvas. So these photos are digitally reduced, that are then moved onto foil, and then they are projected on a wall or a canvas. So I worked with architectural fragments, architectural photos as well, but I also work with other structures, natural, organic structures. As a member of audience, as a viewer of your exhibition, I visited the St. Mary's Church, and I noticed that something very fascinating. Even though your works seemed small compared to the size of the church, they do influence the church. They do give it different meaning. They support it, I would say, and make it full of life, make it more lively. Your word stories, they were of meditative meaning for me, meditative mandalas for me. In my case, whatever I do a lot with rhythm. I deal a lot with rhythm. We work differently. Thomas, for example, takes breaks and moves away from his work. I have to be in the zone. I have to be, in the trance almost, in order to work collectively, creatively. So and then again, it takes me a while to return to the normal world as well. So during my work, I don't really see the whole picture. Only after I finish, I get this distance, this third person's perspective in a way. Yesterday, you asked me about the connections between therapy and art. I think that this approach connects these two phenomena. Using art therapy, it's much easier to get into the zone, get people into the zone, if you are able to hypnotize yourself during your work, of course. Yes, I'm sure they are really, really relaxed. In Kramens, in the Museum of the Sacred, where I exhibited the works for the first time. It's an early Gothic church and right now a museum. They also have a gallery there, and I told them that once if they once they convinced me to exhibit there, I told them that I don't want to exhibit in the gallery, but in the church itself. And it was very exciting for me. I think it changed something in terms of my perception, my work as well. Maybe it has something to do with my Catholic upbringing. I come from southern Germany, a very Catholic region. I took part in all the all the elements of church life. I also volunteered at church masses. So I didn't. When exhibiting, I didn't want to do something, I didn't want to work against, to fight with the space. I wanted to complement it, but on the other hand, using models that are not necessarily to do with religious space. So maybe some of these areas would not be seemingly related with religion, but still corresponding with it. For example, moving upwards coincides with God's salvation, going to heaven, and so on. So for me, it was an immediate connection. And then I didn't use these really formal symbols there, but there is a certain spirituality there. Yes, I would say it creeps in. in a way. And I've had the pleasure of being in the church as well, and then seeing the exhibition, seeing your works. And I wanted to say that your works, are perfect in this space. If you take a look at them from distance, you see how well they correspond with this space, and then the closer you get, you start seeing details. It starts getting more abstract. And now the translation into German.
Eine Art konkrete Form hat, die ihr arbeiten, also von euch beiden, und sich auf diese Architektur ganz deutlich bezieht. Und je näher man aber kommt, desto abstrakter wird das Ganze.
Natomiast tak, dobrze. Bardzo dobrze tłumaczę.
Very good interpretation. And then a question to Doris here from my daughters, actually. These works are quite big, so they were thinking whether you do it with one swing with one line, with one swing of pencil. Are you sitting? Are you lying? Because, those were the theories as well. I'm standing. It has something to do with rhythm and movement. Because, as I said, they are as tall as me, and maybe not as wide as my arms reach, but still, my size, my dimensions also verify the size of my work. It's a pity, it's a limitation in a way, but still, when my work has something to do with movement, I'm ambidextrous, so I use both of my hands, but of course one of the hands does not do exactly the same movement as the other. So starting with my left hand, then I'm introducing the right, and then I'm switching hands sometimes. Sometimes I try to work symmetrically. Symmetry is very important for me, by the way. And but it's not identical symmetry. There is a certain tension or. Looking at works that are presented here, I think the right side is stronger than the left side, I would say. And you can see the certain symmetry, but there are differences as well. And the translation.
Ja, wenn sie das jetzt so sieht, das ist sehr interessant, dann hat sie den Eindruck, dass die rechte Seite etwas stärker ausgeprägt ist als die linke.
Ich komme ja eigentlich auch aus der Porträtarbeit und das ist ja so mit den Gesichtern ist ja ähnlich.
I come from that kind of school methods. The work is symmetrical, probably. This is also visible in the shape of the face, in the shape of us. There is no ideal symmetry in human beings as well. So, yeah, it's a great observation, Anya, that there are some common things in terms of defining the form and movement. In my case, I think movement is more about the perception. It's an illusion, of course, of a movement, because perception can also be, illusionary. But I think we both choose more mobile forms of creation, and also in terms of change of perception, by moving in front of the picture, you also change your perception. If you get further, you see more general picture and how it corresponds with the surroundings. And then the closer you get, the more details you perceive. And then you start even losing this grasp of details and you focus on something, on a single line, for example. So for me, it was very important to create an image, a picture like that. So I created these works that are on the verge of physical properties of a work of art, and the constant cognitive or the intellectual breakdown of that work. For me, it's very important to have that effect in my works. Yes, and then you need very long interior to, or better, big interior to work, to create. Yes, I do walk around the atelier, as it was said, and I travel a lot. I make a lot of steps when I work. I don't want to focus too much on the detail. I want to see the picture, my work as a whole, and then make conscious decisions based on that. Okay, so thank you for that introduction. Of course, we encourage everyone to see it. Thank you for bringing your work to us. Information to the audience: the exhibition may be seen not only during the Labyrinth Festival but also throughout the month. So if you have time later on. In October, you can just come into the church between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. and you can take a look at the works. Besides some of these works, because it seems it turned out that humidity influences paper, so the paper starts rolling. Otherwise, the works, the pieces would be destroyed. Maybe I will decide to leave them. We'll see. We'll see what can be done about it. So yeah, I'm really happy about this picture actually, because you can see the church's window there. Yeah, so again, a picture within a picture through the reflection of the window in the glass of the painting of the work. Yeah. So again, thank you very much for coming.
I would like to thank creators of the festival, people who organized, Michael and Anya and Michelle. Thank you. It was wonderful for us that we could use this church as a place to demonstrate our works. I used to be there in the church, and I was even then thinking there that this is a great place to exhibit our works. So thank you for the possibility. The St. Mary's Church, because you don't know maybe, it's as big as a cathedral, because Frankfurt was used to be in this very rich city in the Middle Ages. So the church wasn't destroyed during the Second World War. Of course, the roof was damaged, but the church, the remnants were preserved. And before the consolidation of Germany, the church was started being renovated. And thanks to that, we have such a beautiful monument. Okay, so we would like to ask you for a couple of minutes of break. We are having the simultaneous interpretation. And yesterday we had a problem because our interpretation lasted too long without breaks. So 10 minutes break, and we will continue with the agenda. Thank you very much.
angielsku czy polsku mówisz?
Lepiej po niemiecku, co? Żeby było...
No dobrze, dawaj.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir machen weiter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. Hopefully you have now a cup of coffees in front of you, or tea. Let's present Academia Labyrinth. We've been we've been working for almost, I think, 10 years, even more. We organize workshops conducted by professional artists for citizens of Frankfurt who are interested in art, photography, very often amateurs, but some of them became, in the meantime, professionals, and they work in photography and art. We have a target group that always takes part in these workshops. We have other people interested in particular topics, but such people also offer their own ideas and topics for discussions and for workshops. And in this way, we combine or root festival in the city. So we are not in the ivory tower, but we are interested we are not like teachers, but we want to coexist and co-create with citizens' art. We open our galleries, of course, but also we realize the workshops. We are going to show you in a minute a film of our results. Can you tone it down a bit? Here, the work by Kudro Kissinger from my workshop, The Loss of Control, this is the title. We can see how she put white frames one on the other in the classroom during the lesson, in which de facto she cut the middle of the frames, and she then put on this board as a form. Gudrun Kissinger has been a part of Labyrinth Festival for many, many years. Now we are waiting for next work. Also, Gudrov's work about losing control, works of another participants of the workshop, Jak Zagebat. He's dealing with the topic of protection and unavailability. Kurzweili, he combines it with different collages, which in a surreal way rediscover new spaces that are not only three-dimensional, but they are something more than that. And Misha Clarkson works. In essence, this is the film in which he combined the different images. And these are works from my workshop. We can see here titled Own Creation, Tim Beacheld works. And Emilia Kusz. The works of Gudrun Kissinger, now you can see. And I wanted you actually to see this picture. The author of this picture cannot be here with us. He created a wonderful work of art. He realized it perfectly, but Ute Kurzweil works. This is his pattern, his template. We were thinking, how can we make it possible, allow viewers, how we can, organize the space as artists. Mariusz Konopka and his works. He also worked with television, HTS television. Mariusz is with us. He was to tell several words about Dolina Uradu. He created with light space, but he also created portraits that we are presenting during the exhibition. But in the workshop itself, there were a lot of knowledge about how to set the light, how to create the light. Anna Peszkent and Marek Pisarski. These are the works of these artists. They worked with special camera here, slit camera. The photographs that they taken in the past, they tried to recreate these photographs. And now another works of the author who, when he was a child, he was photographed like that. And then when he was 30-something, he recreated the photograph. And the signs by Janusz Oleksa. Participants were looking for signs out of the surroundings, of some repetition in the signs. They were creating works out of the signs. Karolina Konczyńska, Emilia Kusz, Ute Krutzwel, we saw already, Michel Klassen, Ania Łysiak, Anna Łysiak and her works. You can now see subtype signs presented by Janusz Oleksa, who conducts online workshops on Zoom platform. And again, we can see another works of Dariusz Olewno and Budrom Kishin. And we moved to dialogue workshop, my workshop. We began online on Facebook, actually, where there was a sign, who will be the first, the better, and participants answered to this. Then we arranged people in pairs, and then dialogue began between participants, and also there were responses to the questions. Sometimes they put words first, sometimes they put photographs first, so a great cycle was created, cycle of photographies in which in pairs people were discussing very, very important and serious matters. And from the workshop, among others, we managed to create a book, a short catalog. Unfortunately, you cannot buy it. You can only watch it or read it, where we present all the works from the workshop. I would like to thank you, my group, who actually for many, many months built mutual relations. Okay, so it was about Labyrinth Academy. All the works you can, of course, see in the real life in Volkshochschule, in the higher communal school. the works will stay there longer, probably till the end of November. I don't know if I mentioned that, but what was particular about these workshops was that we created a short online tour for viewers, and I was leading the tour. It was a great challenge. I was trying to get closer to create the basis for the mutual exchange, and it wasn't easy. It was something unusual for me. It was something that resulted from our contemporary times. And I was fascinated that even though we got results, that we had to think completely differently. And in this with using this different way, we needed to reach some results. Similar situation as like in our studio. We had different kind of concentration. Of course, you cannot get too close to other people, but we had, even though the conversation. So we cannot really discuss much, but we start working immediately. What I found difficult was that there is no contact between participants. Yes, we quickly began working in smaller groups. We were having meetings, of course, in smaller groups because of COVID. But when the idea came from, when we were working on Facebook, we used Facebook for our activities. In the reality that was remote, we had longer topics and people didn't react. There was some kind of a depressive condition, just pandemics began. People were depressed. So I thought I would every day do something. And I wrote every day, "Good morning. Today's challenge is like that. Who will be first?" And who was first, I put it online. So what happened next? People were waiting. They couldn't, wait for my post because they wanted to be the first ones to publish their art. And they reacted very quickly. So such urgent actions, because they happened day by day, they gave us wonderful results because it allowed us to create longer discussions, and we added something to the whole project that wasn't actually said. I'm not going to boast about it, but it was a great form of work. Janusz Oleksa was taking part in these workshops. He cannot be, unfortunately, with us.
Swoje prace też tam.
As part of Volkshochschule, I don't know if you can see this film. This is Oleksa, Janusz Oleksa. This is he was the artist, and he was also conducting the workshops. My name is Janusz Oleksa. I am the graduate of Academy of Arts in Poznań. I work at the Faculty of Photography, and I conduct the first workshops. I'm most of all the professor, the teacher. My motivation for work is contact with students. Besides teaching, I plan different trips for my students, and I organize them. Why do I do what I do? Well, contact with young people is full of passion. They are full of passion, and that allowed me to exchange thoughts. Meeting people, meeting their thoughts is very important for me. It may seem banal, but it's very important. What kind of topics I raise? Well, despite being in places that are remote, I am interested what I'm going to see, and it provokes thinking about people, about traces they left in the places. Why do I present such works? Works I present are items, objects from remote places for traditional people and tourists. I discover such places. I use them in photography. Photographies from these places remind me of people. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, Januszu.
Thank you, Janusz, and welcome in Poznań. We hope that you can see us and hear us, our stream. So next, we would like to show the works of Michael Disquet and Andrea Ryland. Michel is with us, I think, so please join us. But first, we will show everyone your statement, and what you presented in Frankfurt is quite interesting, and the gallery that you have there, Small Space of Actually Nothing in Berlin, is really worth seeing. So I strongly invite everyone to do that.
Mein Name ist Annalena Wenzel.
Mein Name ist Michael Disquet.
My name is Annalena Wenzel. My name is Michael Disquet. Together we run the gallery entitled Small Space of Actually Nothing. We have created a magazine with works from the archive of Nothing Now in collaboration with the designer Andrea Ryland. We wanted to create something that could be exhibited both in Frankfurt, Oder, and Berlin, but also something that could leave these places and exist in a public space to be traveled.
Und zack. Ja, vielleicht wirst du mal kurz etwas...
So maybe you can briefly tell us about the project. The video in the exhibition space does not tell us everything about it, right? Yes, so my gallery, as it was said, is called Small Space of Actually Nothing. We collect things from the streets. Sometimes we take photos of it. Sometimes we take the things physically. This year, I was along with Andrea Ruland, we got funding. We created a gallery, a magazine that shows the collection of newspapers. You can look at each of the picture separately, but also you can create one big poster out of them. So if you're joining Gallery B, if you're going to Gallery B or the small space of Actually Nothing in Berlin, you can take a newspaper with you as a souvenir. I remember last year when you took part in Berlin and you gathered these things already back then. You scanned it in 3D and printed, right? For plastic. These things that were discarded. So what is so fascinating about it? Well, the structure that is a result from it. So I'm looking for a certain poetics in these images, in these things. I'm interested in what an accident makes, how accident transforms things we discard. So the fact that they are being photographed afterwards gives them certain value, I think. It is, of course, a certain artificiality, but also certain value is added when you put them in an exhibition space. Why did you decide to create a magazine? Well, these fragments that I've collected, these old advertising brochures that were created throughout the years is fascinating. The process of aging of things is interesting to observe, and it's interesting to research, and it's fascinating, and I consider it fitting to be put on a festival that uses "moment" for a slogan. And then what? Then you'll put this piece of newspaper in the trash, and then you will collect it 2 years later. Well, I thought about it. I'm not sure yet about it. And then you said that you wanted to hand it out to the homeless, right? Well, yes, you can buy it, but then the rest is but the rest that we don't sell is going to be handed out to the homeless. We spoke with the one center for the homeless, and yes, they agreed already. We have had some kind of agreement, and it's up to them basically what will they do about it. So. So there was a question from the audience. Is it possible for them to be covered, to use these newspapers and magazines as a bed linen? Well, it's a bit too small for that, so I'm not so sure. And then maybe it's worth mentioning the space I have. I co-manage with Anna-Lena Wenzel, and after we established that space, we found out that many artists are, looking for or doing something similar. They're looking for nothing, or researching nothingness. This is how I came up with the idea of an exhibition and invited some artists there, and I invited them, and they exhibited their works there. A very interesting set of exhibits. Another question from the audience. One member, one of our yesterday's lecturers also deals with rubbish. Volkmar Köhler talked about that yesterday. So out of something you create, documents out of things getting from something to nothing. Maybe you have some other questions that you can answer, or there is a rationale you follow. Would you say that this rubbish that you collect or photograph is nothing for you, really? Well, I've been dealing with it for quite some time, and I've been asking myself, what is nothing? Rubbish is quite a good definition of nothing, I would say. But when you look at it, it has its physical state, it has its properties. So I would say it's in the eye of the beholder, and one person can consider rubbish and the other consider the different object rubbish, the other one not. In photography, it's also about everything is about moment as well. Once you the way how you capture a thing, how you will capture the moment this thing is in time. And then I'm interested in how can you capture nothing, how can you present nothingness. That's definitely related with moment to me. And the moment is when you can see this nothingness. You see the ephemerality of an object here. So I also thought about the project entitled Ready-Made, in which, it also was connected with something else, combined with something else, and then exhibited. Yes, and you instead print it sometimes, right? And then you exhibit it. I don't see the difference really whether I'm exhibiting a photograph or a printed object or a real object. Of course, you could argue whether it's the same medium, but I think a photo is an object in itself as well, so it can also be exhibited. Okay, so thank you, Michel, for joining us today, and we wish you all the best. Safe return, first of all, to the small space of Actually Nothing in Berlin. Right now, I know there are 2 spaces right like that. So, and hopefully our members of audience will enjoy your exhibition. Thank you very much for telling us about your trip. Okay, and moving on to the next point of our agenda today, Mr. Maciej Szperski.
He in Bekto Gallery. If you haven't been there, please go and watch art of Maciej Szperski. He presents photography. Some times ago in Labyrinth, he made us laugh with his realizations. This year, not photography, but objects. The exhibition immersion, called immersion. So the moment of immersion into the world, into the electronic world. Can we start? I don't think we should present the movie because I'm already here. But yeah, I mean, maybe people would still want to watch the film. My name is Maciej Szperski, and I'm a creator, or at least this is how I like to think of myself. I create out of curiosity. I most often ask myself a question, what if? I try to incorporate in my works intrigue, which is related to the way we perceive different media. I will present works because I think they perfectly fit into the festival theme. They explore the topic of computer games and the moment of their reception. Okay, and now we can start. Okay, I will allow myself to do a couple of things. First of all, I would like to say hello to my family, especially my son, who's watching me right now in front of a computer. He's now sitting. So we are saying hello to your son. Hi, how are you? And second of all, Remigiusz Koniecko began the festival, opened the festival, telling about me a bit. He thanked me, and I would like to correct it, because actually It was a very embarrassing situation for me because my help was only logistic and very small, and his help, his substantive help, was something much more as compared to my works. It's a situation weird because I am a person who hasn't turned 40. So I'm 30-something, and I bring you here a quite young topic, let's say. But about the topic of the computer games, well, I need to thank Miss Marianna Michałowska. She's with us today because Marianna supported me strongly. I wrote my MA thesis. She was my supervisor. I didn't write my thesis just because it was my duty, but Miss Marianna agreed to be my supervisor. It wasn't an easy task. We need to write a special application to the dean, but she agreed to be my supervisor and she supported me. She believes that this topic is important and worth exploring. Of course, she was helping me with networking. She was referring me to her friends, to her colleagues. So thank you for that. On one hand, when I want to tell something about my work, it's a bit weird because this idea is not new, but I think that people need to know the truth, and I need to tell the truth. But for the first time, I'm presenting these works like that, in such a set. I created these works when I was a student, so I already presented them in different galleries, but now I present them in a different organization, in a different set. But the leitmotif of the festival, the moment, gave me a lot of opportunities to present them. First of all, I understood the moment, as we previously discussed, present in the description of the festival. This is the moment of being in the medium, of being in computer games, of being in video games. But on the other hand, actually, my works are a description or an attempt to explore the moment in which this medium is historically present. And I think this is the moment similar to the moment of the beginning of the photography. So this is the technical medium arising from technology, which is nowadays looking for its identity. In my opinion, with my works, I'm trying, as part of my private experiment, I'm trying to find this identity, the identity of the medium itself. But about understanding moment and time in a different way, especially now. In these works are also about isolation. This is it? I don't know if I mentioned everything, but I don't want to speak for too long. Of course, I can describe particular works, but I don't know if I have time to do so. When we were discussing with Anya last year, I wanted to invite you because several years ago, your works intrigued me. You used to create photographs. You used to take photographs, but they were also your photographs installation that were hanging above the bed. As far as I remember, it was like that, which turned upside down the reality and introduced introduces the viewers into the alternative reality. I didn't actually see your works in detail, but what I now saw in the short film, I can see this incorporation into something mysterious, into the tool that we don't know how it operates, how it is used. So you're entering the box in a way, and something is looking at you. I don't know why did you use the light. So the tools, something that covers heads, this is very intriguing for me. Can you tell in short what? Well, my works that I presented in previous years are actually not different than this year's works, because both these works and previous works are about exploring the medium, an attempt to see what we can do with the medium and what is the medium. Previous works were about the photography and the truth of photography. These works are an experiment. Experiments. And the question: what are the video games? I prepared 5 different objects. When you start exploring this exhibition, you can start from the painting with the film. This is a still nature which is made inside the computer game. When I was playing video game, I created a still nature. This is the question about the author. If the authors of the video game were the authors of the painting, or I was the author of this painting when I created it. So this question can be developed further. Is the company OB author of the photography remade or airbrushed in Photoshop, right? Who's the owner? And the second work was the family album, who was composed of computer images. And this work tells about this immersion and treating the world as our own intimate matter, actually. And the box that we mentioned, well, I need to tell you more about the box, because actually not everyone can see it, what is inside. Yeah, I saw what's inside the box, so maybe you can tell us what was inside the box. I can tell you, of course, because it can be, well, necessary to understand the work. This is the box, which seemed to be nice. My son really liked it. He stroked the box because it was nice, and it was his just idea to stroke it, to touch it. But inside we have videos of brutal, violent scenes from computer games. And this is the work telling us that we need to think about the object before we actually see what it is in reality. And second of all, we need to realize that it's not what it seems to be. So this superficial aspect of the object is totally different than what's inside. And simulators are 2 main works from this cycle. Simulators are an attempt to get the essence of what this medium is. How does it look like? The first simulator is simulator from the viewer's point of view, from the individual perspective. It's a metal armor with hands that you put on, and it works like that. First of all, like when you have this, you can see your hands, of course, like when you play video games, but you have this armor that is cold, that is not very comfortable to wear, but on the other hand, it isolates you from the outside. It gives you distance, but and you fit well into the armor. This is surprising. And also, it's difficult to talk about because please believe me that you actually put it on. And once you put it on, you have a really specific feeling because you're a bit trapped between your neck and arms and hands. You feel safe on one hand, but on the other, you feel trapped. So interesting feeling. See third simulator, third person perspective simulator, situation that is very difficult to describe if you cannot see it, because it's the connection of the camera and the screen construed in a way that a person who puts on, who puts on this armor is able to function only having this view from the back. Well, specific feeling before the conference, before this debate, we were trying this. We are putting it on, and we receive different signals. So our brain records different signals, and it's weird. Do you play a lot? That's why you're interested, and that's why you want to translate this problem into the art? Because computer games have usually some kind of a screen, so they are outside us. But sometimes you are in the game, and I think you took elements from the games outside and you created a new element that is taken out from the game. And I don't play video games, and I just observe people who play video games. I know that my wife watches me now, and I need to admit that I don't play a lot. I just play because for my professional activities. My son is 4, so he doesn't play. I think that children of such age play computer games. No, my son does not play video games, at least not now. Okay, Maciej, thank you. We would like to thank you for briefing elements of your exhibition. It allowed us to visualize your works, and of course, I think attracted people to visit the gallery. I would like to thank you for the invitation, for being here, because truth to be told, this is the moment in which I can start the immersion cycle. A great moment for me, because of course these works are old. I created them in the past. I have newer works, but it's a way of initiating my cycle, and I'm really happy that I could do it at the festival. So we are happy that we gave you the possibility to open the cycle of your works, and Labyrinth is meant to be a platform for artists. So we are happy that you came to us. At least for a moment, it wasn't actually so sure that you will come here. My reflection is that many people are here online. They talk about real world. And I'm actually here with you guys, and I'm talking about the digital world. So this is a paradox a bit. Okay, let's have a short break again, or one more person. What do you think? We have already our guest online, so maybe I will present our next guest.
Right, let's play the movie first. I'm 77, but I've been creating art since I was a student, and I'm trying to combine it with fighting for survival. Why do you do what you do? Well, artists are quite compulsive creatures, and their whole life is aimed at artistic activity, or is based on that. They can't do anything else. What do you do with your work? What do you deal with your work? I'm looking for my identity. I'm trying to be as authentic as it is possible, and I'm trying to ask questions using irony. Why do you present these particular works on your festival? Well, for the performer, moment is of central meaning, and performance is, at least in the 70s, it was something which was one time, which could be done only in one given moment. That could not be repeated, or you wouldn't repeat it. Of course, one tried to commemorate it on video or tape, but the artist is obliged in a given moment. That is why I prepared prepared a performance that I created originally in 1979 in Bologna, and to be used with the public. And then in 1991, I'm standing and looking. That's the title. I prepared a porcelain piece with a small wooden label. This interactive exhibition was created for the purposes of the exhibition in Wiesbaden, the moment that stays with us. It was entitled. Do we have the artist with us? Yes, we do. Hello, Fried. Yeah, the moment that remains is. Yeah. I'm really happy that you joined us right now. The thing we've seen at the moment, initially, this was your performance, a fragment of your performance. In this case, I was doing it because when the TV arrived, Dorothy was not here yet, but right now she is your performer, and she's doing it. She's doing the performance. Great. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Everything's all right. So, I noticed, that you were the one behind the mask. And I liked it because I could see it working regardless of the person who's doing it. People are surprised, and even though they realize what's going on, then you manage to just return to your position and stand with their backs turned to them. And these moments happen in our lives very often, and I think this moment just emphasized that you can't stop the moment, you can't freeze the moment. You can just try to remember it, to follow it, you can think about it, but yeah, that's it basically. You can't just leave it in one place. But yeah, so there is a certain, of course, illusion that seems that we can stay with the moment, that we can capture the moment somehow. But once we realize that we can capture it, then it's gone. And this is my conclusion, let's say, in terms of my project, that you can't really capture the moment, even though I've tried doing it for my entire life. I'm writing a memoir right now, and there is an entry that I put there every day, basically. But still, it's sometimes filled with really banal events, trying to capture my life, trying to stop my life, even though we can't really stop it, however we wanted it. So. I noticed that I can't really do that. I can't really capture things. I can't really get hold of one single thing. We can only care of making good memories, and yeah, especially in the older artists is especially important, I think. That reminds me of yesterday's conversation with Patrick Hubert, who says about things, creating things that are then easily erased, so that he didn't want to live a lot after he's gone. So with memoirs, you do quite the opposite, knowing that maybe nobody will read them. Well, yes, sure, it's perfectly clear to me. I do it just for the same reasons as a lot of artists do it. I do it for myself. This attempt of stopping time is, for me personally, very important, even politically important. If you take a look at our city, our theaters, attempts at creating art, referring to the immortal masterpieces, eternal masterpieces, we do it for the same reason. We do it to hopelessly, in our hopeless attempt to stop time, to freeze time. Labels commemorating a founder of a given theater, for example. This person is long gone, so why would they need that? It's this is the only thing that's left after the person. Everything else was erased by time. Yes, your work is probably also going to be eliminated, right? You'll be erased, but yeah, we're learning how to live with that. And it's, of course, it's absurd, it's controversial. And your works try to show us how to move on despite these hopelessness. Yes, so I'm sure that it's worth looking into this private archive of the artists trying to collect things to. That are trying to take something from time and leave it to somebody else. These are people who are going to be immortalized, despite their deaths. There are, of course, artists that are going to be remembered forever, like Mickiewicz or Goethe in Poland and Germany, respectively. Of course, education does a lot to commemorate these people, but is it really the Goethe that lived, or maybe it's just the narrative that we've created around him? So the question is how this narrative can be as close to the truth as possible. What is missed, what is lost and forgotten? I think the majority of artists wants to become famous, and I'm talking about specific artists dealing with visual arts, not necessarily writers or sculptors. Artists or directors. But I know that a lot of us fail, and despite of this absurdity and of being sentenced to failure, majority of them at least, they still try. They still keep trying. It's not me complaining, of course. I'm fully aware of that fact, and I've met Kumen, and he doesn't, archive his works in a way that you described. Of course, we don't have, means to immortalize it in the original form. We can just digitalize it. Yes, but still, this is a digital archive that you can use, that you can join, and see for yourself. But of course, it needs a lot of effort from the beginning, I think, and it's very important for us to try to conserve the material remains. That's it. I managed to do it already. You are in catalogs, you are in archives as an artist, and I think this is what remains of you, even if you're not one of these greatest artists that we mentioned before. And I think we need to care about that. We need to care for sending the message, not the art for these art's sake, created for the art's sake. I think if there is a message behind it, I think then it will always survive. Thank you very much, Fritz. We've had the 20th anniversary of our festival. We tried to create an archive of the festival, which turned out not to be that easy. So far, we still don't know who would like to see it, or first of all, who would to prepare it. So I'm really happy that this idea is still alive. So, and thank you, Fried, for being with us. I'm sending my regards to you in Berlin. Yes, I'm looking forward to meeting with you. I would love to see a performance of my alter ego. I think we haven't. I think Dorothee's husband has filmed her, so maybe we will be able to show it to you next week once we meet, and then I'll ask for the TV crew to film it properly, so that you'll get it. Okay, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about these problems. Thank you very much, Fried, and all the best. Okay, let's have 10 minutes, 5 minutes of break, just a brief one, so that the German interpreter, can take a breather.
Szanowni Państwo, kontynuujemy nasz program. Akurat teraz
Now, exhibition in Big Gallery in Frankfurt. I am the curator of this exhibition, and as an artist, I also invited several people. I will present them shortly because we have a film only from one person. Tanel Rander is an artist from Estonia. He invited me 2 years ago to the border between Estonia and Latvia. This is to the city that is a twin city like Słupfurt, a bit smaller, Valka, I called it, and I organized a tour next to the border. Because the border is a river at the same time. It's 1 meter wide. And I created their new borders of Vakka city. I invited Tanel Rander to come there, and he made their film together with the artist from Slovenia, entitled A Mower Bigger Than Ever Seen Before. So in this in this project he talked about the underground system where everything connected, all the vessels are connected. Misha Kosovel is the writer and the philosopher, and he also created on the cross board between Italy and Slovenia in Nova Gorizia, in the older border. He created an artistic place in a place that used to be a border. And Karl Ludwig Diel, he lives in New York, and when he saw the movie about New America, because New America is the border between Poland and Germany, this is the name of it, and he loved it, and he sent me the view from Harlem window, his Harlem window, the view of New America. And I, out of it, created the exhibition called Mutation of the Space. You can see it there on site. And let's play the film of Karl Ludwig Diel and short insight into the whole exhibition. I would like to welcome everyone. When I was dealing with cross borders, I had a moment in which I got the idea what would happen if people were so pissed with national countries that they decided to leave their country and go to the borders of the country. How would it look like when the whole center of the country would be emptied and everyone would live along the borders and would create some kind of a banned cities? When this idea emerged in me, I decided to express it and present it to other people, because I created a network that would take the entire world, and I was thinking about, for example, the network that would be everywhere of such banned cities. That imagination is very attractive, or I thought it's very attractive. I sketched it many times. I arranged it in different scenarios, and I think that this topic, we can follow this topic in many different ways, because each new person that undertakes this idea has to face a lot of challenges associated with it. It's a funny thought that many different people take it in a different way. It has also, of course, some political aspects in it. It's about national idea. It has national idea in it. It's moving from the nationalistic idea into international countries. Behind me, you can see Harlem. From the Morningside perspective, Morningside is the high edge of the rock located on the western part of Manhattan. Harlem is located on the east from Manhattan. So from here we can see New America. In the background we can see Frankfurt, Słubice. Of course, only with our inner eye we can see that. Well, let's have fun watching my work, and hello from Manhattan to Poland. Yes, it was the exhibition. And who knows my work knows exactly that I'm dealing with the construction of reality. I use such method of constructing reality. And I think that Michal is with us. Is that true? Or this is the older film?
I don't know if you saw the short exhibition and the few words by Karl Ludwig Diehl.
I saw it, yes, but I didn't really understand everything.
Okay.
In German.
Yeah, should I maybe speak English now? I can do it in English now. So, yeah, Karl Ludwig Diehl, he saw the concept of Nova America, and he had the idea that all people would move to the borders of their countries because they do not like to be anymore in the national states, so they all will settle around all borders of the world, and suddenly the inner side of the countries would be empty, and there will be huge towns or cities along all borderlines of the world. That was his idea. And what you could not see, that I made a city wall of Valgka at the border between Estonia and Latvia when I was at Tunnels project in Valga. And of course, you saw on the wall is the Karinarica buildings on the borderline, and there is a show of pictures from things happening in the Karinarica. And of course,
yes, thank you very much for hosting us. Yes. I think this idea of everyone moving to the border, I don't think it's a good idea, because then just new borders will come at some different spaces. So the thing is that there is two different lives, I think, and one is the people who are from the border, like we, that we are all the time a bit prepared to be in the two worlds, and we feel good in this. The other is normally a life in the capital cities, where it's much more. It's in a way a better life, because it's a more logical life that we live it.
Yeah, but the idea or the question is, the national state is a construction of reality, as we know. And of course, settling people at all borderlines is a kind of construction, and the idea of another construction of reality. And the question is, what kind of constructions of reality could the best way respond to the challenges that that we face at the very moment?
Yeah, I think this is a very complex question in a way. I think that the national state is some kind of vortex, a spiral that centralizes even our thinking. You know, like that we on the border say that we are peripheral is in a way very strange, because near the border you're actually in a way less peripheral, because you're more into the more countries, let's say, or into the more languages. You're actually in a way more multinational as you are when you are on the border. But in a way the nation states kind of is constructed that there is an end of the place, there is a finish of the space, there is a space that is a nation, and there is a finish, and a kind of a black map. We still have it, or we had it a few years ago when we were we were making urbanistical plans. The Nova Gorica urbanistical plan was, you know, like here was a city, and here was, you know, like a line, and here was black. And the Gorizia urbanistical plan was the same, was the city, and here was black. You know, and this is very, in a way, very strange. How can you actually say that there is finitism is how do you say the blackness of the space, and I think what we must do is actually create a new reality on this line where the state and the conception of the citizenship ends.
Yes, the Nova America concept is to define the former borderline as a spine. And from this spine, the area is growing more or less far into different directions. Yeah, this is kind of our idea as well. That the borderline is actually not a line, but it's like when the line is drawn, and when you scale it, it becomes a place, a gray zone where everything at the same time is possible, and everything at the same time exists, and it doesn't exist. So when you like, in a way, when you like, this is Slovenia and this is Italy at the same time, but when you don't like something, I don't know, a curfew, let's say, that we now are having, you must just, you know, move to the other part. But this is not really another part. It's actually at the same time exists. And what is, I think, the aim, that we are not just, you know, like kind of philosophical about it. I think it must be reflected in the everyday life of the citizens there. So how to actually work urbanistical projects, administrative projects, then again cultural projects, or maybe financing the cultural project by a thinking that is this thinking of the gray area, and this thinking of going in a way the cities or these smaller regions. And I think here the cities can, or small regions, even village regions, let's say, that have actually the same agriculture and on this part and that part, but they are cut by the border. So how to actually these micro regions can reinvent something much bigger than the national state. And I think this is the duty of these cities, to create a bigger world that is the national state itself. Miha, thank you very much for your statement. I see that we have to continue, but that is what the exhibition that I kind of planned with you wants to touch or wants to provoke a discussion about borders and how they are constructed or could be constructed, and how the construction of reality could maybe different. Thank you for joining us again, and of course I'm sure we will develop interesting projects together in the future.
Yes, thank you very much, and good luck with the festival. Great program, and I'm really sorry that I couldn't come, but we are in an epidemic crisis and we are all locked up. So thank you, and we must keep the culture and everything going on, even in these very bad times that we are. So we must be active citizens even now. So pozdrowienia.
Bye bye, Michał. Ciao.
Thomas Kumlen?
Ja, als nächstes haben wir Thomas Kumlin. Czy Thomas jest na żywo? Nie jest na żywo. Okej. To co najmniej oglądamy jego filmik.
The film, and we will see if he will be with us for the lecture.
Mein Name ist Thomas Kumling. Ich vertrete auf dem polnisch-deutschen Festival Labyrinth.
My name is Toman Kumlen, and for the festival, I represent Association of Private Artists from Brandenburg with this exhibition, which can be watched in Frankfurt and in Słubice. Each artist is responsible for own artistic work. This responsibility doesn't finish with death, but it's moved to another person. Especially this is done mutually. After the end of life of the artist, it's about supporting the artist and fulfilling its last will. Up till 2014, we didn't have such service in our city or in other smaller towns. And between different the cooperation between different cities didn't exist. Each tradition is a part of something. Each private tradition of the artist is a part of the region. The majority of private hereditary of artists can be kept. We cannot assess artists only by the quality of their work. We need to look at the fame of an artist from different perspectives. We need to look at the presence of the artist in the public space. Ability of the society to interpret art is diminished because people forget. So we need to present these works in the broader context. It can be found on our website. The Polish and German festival Labyrinth allowed artists to meet with people who are interested in art. They mutually inspire themselves. It's about how to deal socially with the art. The festival incorporates also debate about the art, social debate. So I think this festival is a great place to talk about tradition and what artists can offer. So this is a great way to talk about artist heritage, and I'm really happy that I can be with us. Unfortunately, you cannot be with us. Hopefully, we will have connection with you during your lecture in the evening, I can tell that in a second we had also a conversation with Fried Rosenstock, and it proved, this conversation, that many artists don't know what happens to their works after their death, right? So artists have different approach. As Patrick doesn't want to leave any trace, so he creates works that can disappear quickly, and he wants to get rid of them. And Fried Rosenstock, who writes memoirs, and he wants to prepare an archive with a hope that someone actually would be interested to deal with the archive. And he is also aware that it may not be the case, right? That he will be forgotten. So this is the question: what do we do with our artistic heritage when we are no longer here? We talked about very famous artists like Andy Warhol, to name some. We have works of such artists in museums around the world, but there are still artists like we are, not so recognized, not so famous, but still who, through the entire of their life, they created interesting works and contributed to society. So this is the question: what can we do that we do not disappear? And Thomas Kumli deals with this issue. He creates a digital archive of artistic works of different artists. Usually this is present online because he has no funds to build buildings and keep such works there. But at least they are present online. Hopefully we will have a connection with us later. We will see him online and listen to his lecture about the heritage, digital heritage he archives. Ladies and gentlemen, and now Michel Kurzwelli. Okay, so film, and I will then comment on that. Who am I? And this is a question that actually is difficult to answer, because every day I look in the mirror and I'm thinking, who am I? And I'm still find the answer that is only temporary. When I look in the mirror, I ask myself this question. Yeah, as I said, the answer is temporary. It's just not permanent.
Every morning, I look into the mirror asking myself, who am I? And every morning, I will find one answer for, let's say, a few minutes or maybe a day. Dlaczego robię to, co robię? Warum mache ich das, was ich tue? Why am I doing what I am doing? Genau, das ist nämlich die spannende Frage. Wer bin ich? Und ich bin in einen Kontext hineingeboren, hineingewachsen, ein System. Und dieses System will eigentlich festlegen, wer ich bin. Ich werde also gefragt, wer bist du? Und dann erwartet man, ob ich aus Deutschland komme oder vielleicht aus Polen oder vielleicht aus irgendeinem ganz anderen Lande und was für eine Arbeit ich mache. Und dann bin ich gleich in irgendwelchen Schubladen einsortiert. Das ist also etwas, was meines Erachtens nicht funktioniert. Und je nachdem, welche Sprache ich gerade spreche, von denen, die ich gut sprechen kann, denke ich auch in dieser Kultur, also bin ich eher Wesen dazwischen, und dieses Dazwischen versuche ich zu thematisieren. dlatego robię to, co robię, to właśnie o to chodzi, że zakwestionuję, zadaję sobie to pytanie, kim jestem, ponieważ wiem, że od urodzenia jesteśmy wychowani w różnych systemach. System próbuje jakby oceniać, kim jestem i już to świadczy o tym to pytanie, które ludzie mi zadają, kim jesteś, to muszę powiedzieć swoje imię i nazwisko i potem moją narodowość może i jeszcze zawód i wtedy świetnie jakby pasuje do odpowiedniej skrzyneczki. Ludzie wiedzą wtedy, kim jestem, a wcale nic nie wiedzą tak naprawdę, bo ja sam do końca nie wiem, ale to jest bardzo ciekawe i ja czuję się tak naprawdę ciągle gdzieś pomiędzy. Jeżeli skaczę z jednego języka do drugiego, to też jakby zmieniam wtedy coś w sobie, po prostu wymawiam w danym brzmieniu i też myślenie w innym języku jest trochę inne niż w tamtym języku, więc są to dla mnie bardzo ciekawe tematy i wydaje mi się, że sztuka właśnie jest odpowiednim polem, bo jest właśnie też pomiędzy, nie da się to do końca określić i dlatego właśnie robię to, co robię. So the question, why am I doing what I am doing is exactly the question of identity and the question of being in between, because I feel somehow in between. I'm born in a certain system, in a certain society, and people asking me, who am I, expect to hear my national identity, for example, or what is my profession, and when they get an answer, then they can put me into a box. Then they know who I am, but in fact they know nothing, and myself I know nothing. So there's no way to clearly define this, and I feel in a way in between. And so I chose especially the field of art, because the field of art is a field which is in between and which cannot be really exactly defined. It gives me more freedom. Jakie zagadki poruszam w swoich pracach artystycznych? Welchen Fragen gehe ich in meiner künstlerischen Arbeit nach? Which questions do I follow in my artistic works? This I just explained. Das habe ich gerade erklärt, to właśnie przed chwilą wyjaśniłem. Czemu pokazuję akurat tą pracę na festiwalu Labyrinth lub te prace? Warum zeige ich gerade diese Arbeit oder jene Arbeit auf dem Festival Labyrinth? Why did I choose especially this work or another work for the festival Labyrinth? Yes, the title or the Labyrinth has the title Moment this year, and moments are, I think, very important because they define the now, and the now is something in between. It's between something which I try to define as a history, which is a narration, and my projections or my visions. So, and this is the point where I am now here forever in a way, and the future is only a projection because I can die in the next 5 minutes, for example. You don't know anything, so the moment is a very important point in the question of process, and process is, I think, is the character of being, of life. So I am born once, and I'm changing from birth to death, and in between everything is somehow happening. I chose to show more about construction of reality as an applied method, which hopefully you can see in my works on the festival. Also ich habe Arbeiten ausgewählt, ist schwer zu sagen. das Stichwort dieses Jahr ist Moment. Und der Moment ist ja eigentlich etwas, ist jetzt hier, jetzt bin ich anwesend und vielleicht in 5 Minuten bin ich tot. Ich bin geboren, da kann ich dann zurückschauen und wir haben also die Jahre ja erfunden, dann kann ich dann sagen, ich bin so und so viele Jahre alt. Aber nur das Jetzt, der jetzige Moment ist derjenige, der im Grunde zählt und der eigentlich das Wichtigste ist. Und das ist dieses Moment des Dazwischenseins. Und das ist der Moment, in dem ich die Wirklichkeit konstruieren kann. Ich zeige also Wirklichkeitskonstruktion als angewandte Methode. Und ich hoffe, dass das ist wahrnehmbar. Więc czemu pokazuję, co pokazuję? Właśnie hasło tegorocznego labirynt to moment. I moment jest właśnie, jest to teraz akurat w tym momencie, czyli po prostu urodziłem się kiedyś tam i jestem teraz ileś tam lat, to mogę liczyć, lata to człowiek też wymyślał, a nie wiem, ile czasu mi jeszcze zostaje, mogę projektować coś na przyszłość, ale co się liczy tak naprawdę to jest teraz i jakie podejmuję decyzje, więc ja z tego względu właśnie pokazuję pracę na temat konstrukcji rzeczywistości jako metoda stosowana, bo to jest moja metoda do ciągłego rekonstruowania i zbudowania rzeczywistości, bo tak naprawdę każdy z nas ma swoją rzeczywistość.
Dziękujemy, Michaelu. Czy jesteś z nami?
Jestem.
Czy chciałbyś coś dodać?
Which installation you presented, how can you refer to the installation? How can you comment on your installation? I present the Brückenplatz bridge, which is a part of New America and Swoopfurt. So this is my part of my installation because it presents some kind of labyrinth created as a part of the scenic. I won't find a word here now, Polish word to describe it. With refugees, citizens of Słubice and Frankfurt, we built together created a questioning of who we are. The title was in German. I'm not going to repeat it as an interpreter. So it's about hiding and closing ourselves. Especially about refugees. Refugees have such experience that they feel like they're the others, and society tells them that they need to integrate, they need to incorporate with them. So we have this question of me and the others, a very deep question, very deep problem associated with the issue of identity as well. There is a French saying of the French author who said, "There's me. I'm someone other. I'm the others. So I'm myself at the same time, and I'm the other." It reflects this question that is behind it. This project is on the border of society and art. So we had workshop. People with broken objects could come to the workshop and with the help of specialists repair the objects. A free shop was there in the past. So a place where people could give their second-hand clothes, for example, and others would take them So the Agora was created, a democratic place in which all people who wanted to contribute in the Swoopfurt parliament could do it, could contribute, could present their ideas and realize their ideas. So we gave them an area in which citizens could freely realize their own ideas, and they didn't have to ask anyone if the ideas are good or bad. So it was a place for them to create democracy in everyday life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michelle. Let's move on to the next guest, so Mr. Adam Chernenko, who will now be with us, not online, but on stage.
Adam Czernienko jest Subiczaninem, który
So Adam Czernienko is a citizen of Słubice who creates his works for the festival, for Labyrinth Festival. Talking about moments, the slogan of this year's edition, and today, so for this edition, he created a work called "The Sum of Events." So, Adam, what is your work about? Yes, I'm trying to do my homework and to create a topic connected to the slogan you invent, you imagine, and I had a problem this year because it was connected with the deadlines for this year's for performing this year's edition. So I'm a client. I'm a taxpayer, as most of us are. I'm a citizen of a state. I'm a driver. I'm an employee. I'm an observer. It all depends on for whom and in which moment. And the moment, I think, is the time for reflection for myself and other participants of the festival. What kind of topics I tackle in my work? In terms of artistic activities, my main stimulus is Labyrinth Festival. And despite, different topics, I try to stick to one area, one medium. A form of discrete criticism about the world, about our civilization. I know it probably sounds, that I'm big-headed, but still, even though the slogans, the topics are very formal, far from my everyday life, still, I eagerly refer to that reality. The festival has a very open formula, so it gives me the possibility of using many formal forms, many formal tools, many different materials, the possibility of interpreting the images in a very broad sense. Still, it very often happens around the realities we live in. I very rarely escape into pure formalities. I very rarely analyze the medium in itself, even though it's great fun, but still. That's my form of criticizing our society, invisible one. Remaining in a formal sense. not visible with naked eye. Of course, my images live with their own life, and I'm fully aware of that, as all the artists are. The masks were tight. Apologies. Why do I do what I do? Because I see a point in it. The festival of photography, or photography in general, gives me a wide possibility of expression. It is not common for me to have an opportunity for free expression of my views, aesthetic fondness, or things like that. And this festival gives me that possibility. Additionally, it also enables me to network with like-minded people, exchange of experience. It's a great time for me. The ability of looking at so many works of so many artists. That is why I participate in the festival to the best of my abilities. Why do I present the works in a way, in this particular way? The main topic is revolving around moment and interpreting this definition. We can approach it directly, literally, or we can approach it symbolically, metaphorically. I treated it very literally in terms of form. I didn't deal with it as I didn't try to manipulate with the medium, with photography as a medium, even though I think that it gives you a lot. The medium gives you a lot of possibilities, expression possibilities. I think it's one of the best forms of expression, artistically speaking. So these works that I've created are purely to document my ideas, my visions. I just increased contrast somewhere, or focus if needed. So I didn't airbrush my works. In terms of interpretation, well, there is a certain concept here that I've had, as my works are a work of time, a result of time passing, many months usually. So the sum of events in the title refers to simple, meaningless events that in a certain period of time create a certain visual space. Of course, time is of paramount importance for photography and for a photographer, and you can do a lot of different great interpretations of time. For example, the time of exposure can be a good example here, and it can give great effects, different effects. But in my case, I didn't want to deal with the process of photography, but the events that influenced my photos. I just selected these moments that I decided to take photos in. And I hope that it will make you think, and I hope that it will spark your imaginations, because it does for me. Adam, would you like to add something to this long introduction? Because let me just say that Adam is the graduate of the photography study in Jelenia Góra and the University of the Academy of Arts and Design as well. Yes, so my inspirations come from the so-called Jelenia Góra school that dealt with pure photography. But of course, that's just a school, and I don't know if if I can say about it, because you didn't talk a lot about your images, but you told me that these images were taken in the garage of Collegium Polonicum, and they show certain traces, marks. True. Let me start from the fact that this topic was a very big challenge for me. I fell into an academic trap to make pictures, images reflecting on the very topic. You can't, and it's a trap because you can't just illustrate moment in a picture. So I was thinking whether I should go towards I should move towards formal experiments, or I should refer to Maybridge's experiment, where the image was influenced by time, or maybe I should look at Champ and his perception of time in his images, beautifully presented time. So I decided to. Well, I thought a bit about that, and eventually I decided that I need to walk around the topic, the slogan. It's pure formality, and my interpretation is important. Yes, and as I said, these are small, meaningless events documented on my images, fading out in time. Forces of entropy are documented there, which can be connected, for example, by something that was mentioned before. The Remigiusz, I think, talked about, Remigiusz Koniecko talked about it, about the Anthropocene, about the very current topics, about the degeneration of our civilization. So I thought, I concluded that, yes, it fits. The time without any mechanical interference, so documented simply. These are exactly oil stains made by cars parking in the garage that, faded with time or created whole layers. So one stain over another, and a certain visual scenery is created. First, it may be understood as something out of space, but there are details showing that it's something really down to earth. It's really indoor photography that reflects the spirit of the last months, I would say, the events of last month's events. Okay. Let me just add that the exhibition of Adam Czernienko is located in the Spectrum Gallery, new space that joined us this year. It's new this year, so we would like to thank the owners of the gallery for joining us in this year's edition. Thank you very much, and let's enjoy the exhibition.
Georg.
Okay, and our next guest, Mr. Georg Krause. Georg Krause, are you with us? So we would like to invite you on stage if you are with us. Okay, so maybe we will play the film, right? And then I will comment. Anya already mentioned that we have new space to our Labyrinth Festival, Spectrum Art Gallery. Georg is a passionate of our work. The building of Spectrum Gallery is an architecture office in which ground floor he changed into the exhibition space. He invites a lot of artists to Spectrum. Georg Krause is one of them, a photographer from Berlin. I don't think I can tell more about Georg because he's not with us actually, but now you can see his works. Anya, I see you're opening a catalog. Fata Morgana, this is one of the works. It's actually self-explanatory what's there. This is the photograph. A photo, a reality that is only an illusion. And when we come closer, it's not actually visible, it's blurred. The author says that immersion into the life without the plan, when we want to achieve happiness, is not successful. Like hamsters, we are moving in the circle, in the vicious circle, and we cannot stop. We don't actually see what's around us. And we are trying to achieve an aim, but we don't perceive the moment. And that is why we want to go deeper, and we want to reach something like Fata Morgana. The closer we are, the farther it gets, the farther it is, and it finally disappears. It's a pity that Georg Krause is not with us, so let's move on to the next artist, Ms. Daria Rzepiela. But I would like to first of all ask if we have an artist with us. So let's first play the movie. My name is Daria Rzepiela, and I perceive, think, and speak with the image. I studied in Krakow and in Paris. For me, creating is very important. It's like breathing. It stems from my observation and attempt to understand or to visualize what is happening on the outside and inside. When I go outside the box and I work with specific cases, I get the opportunity to see and also to understand in non-verbal way and to convey knowledge. I'm intrigued by people, by their attitudes toward the world and the others. I'm interested in non-obvious and ambiguous narratives based on relations, both visual and spatial. If I like the topic, I often go beyond the piece of paper to incorporate other media and dimensions. Take Your Time is the story about the time, understood as a relationship, and about a relationship that changes over time. The project is open and is constantly evolving, thanks to the collaboration with other artists. For example, Barbara Kaszuba composed the music to the story. At the festival Labyrinth, it will be presented under the slogan Your Moment, which is a reference to this year's edition of the festival and to the relationship between you and me, which is a key to the installation. Your moment, like in Faustian, beautiful moment, do not pass away. It can be understood literally if you take home one of our digital graphics that make up the installation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would add, before we will connect with Daria, she now only saw how her installation worked in the area, because she sent us very complicated plans how it should be organized. But Daria, if you were with us and if we had different times, maybe the installation would look differently. But you said that your work evaluates all the time, so we composed it in a way. Of course, we were acting according to your rules. I know your installation is very, very popular. I saw it with the group of artists already, and it's very impressive, I have to tell you. Attempt to look for the different ways of understanding these works. But people animate the interpretation of of your installation. So yeah, many different interpretations. I would like to welcome everyone, and I'm really happy that I can take part in the festival. I'm really happy that Take Your Time is present at the festival, even though I couldn't be with you. And as you mentioned, I couldn't assemble the installation. For the first time, actually, I'm seeing the result of your work, and thank you for your work. Thank you for composing and arranging my installation in like before. My installation looks differently. The installation, I think, is for the first time presented on the floor in this gallery. I'm really happy that we have different interpretation of the work, because that was the aim of the project. The basis of the project was to search for relations. So it's about identifying relations that change over time. This relation is important, but also this change is the leitmotif of all my installations that work with different texts. They generate different content, but they have something in common. And this mindfulness of the audience, that they perceive everything in detail, this is the most important for me. Yes, when we were watching at your installation, we first of all saw were animations on walls, and then we clock is visible only after some time. So this is the impression, the reflection that we have digits, that they mean something, that we can adjust words to them. Maybe sometimes we need to try harder to understand, but also the clock and the pieces of paper, they are signs of another levels of this relation. Is this interpretation correct? Yeah, this is the game on many different levels. On one hand, we can read this in a linearly, chronologically, the different hours. They look like this screen. They look like a display of the clock, but the relation between digits gives us different impression. That this is actually some mathematical equations between two people, or mathematical relation between two people. But who are they? Well, what is the gender of the people? It's not me to decide. This is up to the audience. But the relation, like time, is perceived chronologically in a linear way or not. Or these are just the moments that are detached from each other, and we are trying to create out of them one story. This is your interpretation. Thank you for this installation. Maybe it looks differently than you expected, but I think it works and it influences our audience. I would like to comment, because I was present when the installation was assembled. I'm not Polish. That's why, for me, sometimes it was difficult to understand some aspects of it. We were trying to organize it as closely as you wanted to, but we had problem with steering these two monitors, because remote control was steering both of them at the same time, not one. It was complicated. And one thing we didn't know how to do, because there had to be another circle in which people were meant to do something on their own, and I didn't understand the concept, actually, and I didn't know how to display it, and I didn't know how it should function, so we didn't add another circle to the installation. Sorry for that. I think that what I see is what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be based on the machine that in the past maybe you remember it. Which was presenting this information about trains. It was like a schedule, timetable of the trains. In the film, this is the moment when these timetables are changing. So it was about generating the movement. And actually that it was that the audience moves into space, moves into time. The project, there were 12 sequences, so 12 hours. And so this is the basics or the clue of understanding the story. But the element that was present on the floor, the circle made of particular moments from the installation, I wanted there to be, I wanted to add 2 additional chairs, and audience could move the chairs. Sometimes the chairs would be facing each other, sometimes they would be facing the wall. So I wanted it to capture these relation in different ways, and people, the audience, could actually create their own space, their own relations. I always try to do it I always try to interact with the audience. That's why the chairs. But anyway, thank you for assembling the installation, and I love it as it is. What you presented, what you said, encouraged people to see it. Even today, I think you can see it today, tomorrow, today up to 6 p.m. So you have 5 minutes left, actually. If you manage, you can still see it, or tomorrow from 11 to 1 p.m. And maybe I will actually get up in the morning and go there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daria.
And I hope we'll see you in real life soon. Okay, let's do a short break for the German interpreter. 5 minutes, and then we'll start again with the exhibition of students of the State University of Film, Television and Theatre in Łódź. So we'd like to invite the representatives slowly to the stage, and yeah, just do a coffee break, tea break, and we will also regenerate and return to you with well, with energy, with renewed energy.
Dobrze. Czy już? Możemy? Bo zaczniemy filmem.
Dzień dobry, Basia Budnik, Karolina Kupis.
Good afternoon. Basia Budnia, Karolina Nina Kupis, Jarek Kuśmierski, Konrad Kultys, and Karolina Nowicka are students at the Leon Schiller's National Film, Television and Theatre School in Łódź. For the next edition of the Labyrinth Festival, they prepared different presentations whose common denominator was moment that changed the history of individual people or the entire world. Basia Budnik, in her creations, is looking for unique but inconclusive moment, unspecified moment. Nina Kupis has prepared a profound film that touches historical events. Jacek Kuśmierski and Konrad Kultys raise important social issues by looking at their own and our surroundings. Karolina Nowicka is walking through the forest, and then we will see what she's found there. All works are multimedia, they involve both photography and film. We hope to see you at the festival. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the tradition of the Labyrinth Festival has been, for quite many years, has been to present artistic schools that started cooperation with the festival, trying to create their works by the festival's slogan, current edition, and then they perform works in their workshops, in the studios. Due to the pandemics, this year we have only one school from Łódź, curated by Professor Marek Poźniak and by Professor Janusz Tryman, who's not here with us. And we hope that having the representatives of this exhibition, I would just like them to talk about this moment, the moment that inspired their exhibition. It was created for quite some time before, because we met to do something that was of international nature, that was supposed to be an exhibition of Łódź students, but also joined by Mumbai and Jerusalem students. Unfortunately, due to the pandemics, a condition we are all familiar with, I'm sure, we failed to organize it this year. So we've started working on something else, Gandhi's thesis. The exhibition that was a result, the first part of the exhibition created within this workshop was Nina Kupis' part that shows the moment of shooting, of Gandhi's shooting, and it was a great change for the world. These 3 shots are then put in a loop in the exhibition, and for me, it was an extremely touching moment to see how students can, deeply enter into the field into their tasks. I will ask Jarek. I will now give the floor to Jarek, who will tell about his work, and which is also very valuable and interesting for me. Work on deep social roots. So, first of all, on behalf of the whole academic year, we would like to thank for giving us the opportunity of showing our point of view on the moment. That, well, I won't hide, it was quite difficult for us. We were still in contact. We were in constant contact when preparing these works, and I saw how what was the format, the nice format that we created to portray this topic as poignant as possible, as close to our imaginations as possible. Imaginations of moment, of artistic expression. As to the works of my colleagues, I'll try to talk about it as to the best of my abilities. They couldn't be here with us due to the pandemics, and then it will be quite easy to talk about my work. We see the works of Basia Budniak here. She works through photography, and this was an attempt of directing the position of a body in a way that broke stereotypes, that fought with stereotypes, reinterpreting and breaking it down the way we understand reality, looking at the way it is that our body is placed. So the position that the model took is, well, quite hypnotizing, but I'm going to speak for myself. I spent quite some time looking at her work, so definitely worth seeing, worth enjoying. You can see there are some spontaneously created installations here, a symbolic presentation of Konrad Kurtis' work. He prepared 3 packshot type presentations of 3 objects. So a soldier's uniform from the Polish People's Republic, and a bullet, as well as a crutch and hanger. Of course, we don't know what time these 2 other artifacts came from, so it broadens the interpretation of the installation, I'm sure. Hopefully Konrad is watching us right now. As for Kupis' work, I think it's very important what Professor Poźniak mentioned. It was prepared as an attempt of facing with Gandhi's assassination. Well, we know what was the result of the assassination attempt, but I would say it's valuable in the space of the festival, in the context of the festival. I think it's still very interesting, which shows the universality of this expression. I think it's also worth mentioning the performative values of her installation. Spending 20 minutes in our exhibitory space with these 3 shots being put in loop, I think it also works hypnotizing, and it affects the viewer strongly. Here you can see my work. It's called Augenblick. A blink of an eye. And that was trying to answer the question: what makes us survive even the greatest humiliation that we encounter? I invited 7 representatives of the so-called weaker social groups, those who are the disabled, people excluded, immigrants, and the unemployed, and using a very simple acting technique developed by Konstanty Stanisławski. I asked them, do you remember their strongest, most beautiful memory, the moment they felt healthy, they felt well, and they felt strong? I photographed them before and after asking them the question. So that's the blink of an eye I mentioned in the title. It's a time and something that we could see in their eyes. And I think that gave this interesting dimension to it. And it was also therapeutic, I guess, to leave these respondents with this strong, beautiful memory in their toolbox that we carry with all of us. I was often asked why one of the people is in vertical composition. This is a makeup artist coming from Southeast Asia that is an immigrant, came to Warsaw. And the first thing she said, she told me that she feels strange in Poland, in Warsaw. She feels like a missing, like a element of a puzzle that is missing. That is why, and she felt that she told me that she felt out of place, and this was again to reflect that. And to finish it up, we also have a video impression accompanying my part of the exhibition about memories. How do we order memories in our brain? And there is a certain key that is used here. There's a certain method that we use. So 7 memories about anger, humiliation, joy, or it's easier for us to remember these strong emotions about strong feelings than to chronologically try to repeat step by step what led us to the point we're in, for example, from the beginning of this day. So this is my way of showing memories and feelings as something that is stuck in our heads very strongly. Oh, and there's one more thing. Karolina's work. I didn't know how she approached her part of the project. So we saw each other quite rarely this semester. So when Karolina was assembling her work for at the exhibition, we still didn't know what is it connected with. And then she created the form of pictures that we take at parties that we want to capture sometimes because it's connected with some nice moments. And these Polaroids come from the trip to the forest, something that was forbidden quite some months ago in Poland for some time. So then when it became legal again and we were able to capture it, well, we were able to feel as being at a party, as having a great time. 1 year ago, probably I wouldn't take so many photos talking about going to a forest. It wouldn't be so strong for me. That is why it was that strong right now, that we are experiencing the re-evaluation of notions, of definitions. What can be a celebration for us? It used to be a party. Right now it's going to the forest because we feel free, we feel we feel really, really happy back then. And then it's accompanied by a video or by recording that was played by the police vans calling people to stay at home. So on one hand, strong feeling of being forced to do something, to stay at home, compared with the nature, with being free in the nature. So very strong feeling. And I think that's everyone. My regards to Karolina. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there is we see that our world has a chance, young people who think, who do great work. So I think, yeah, there's hoping for art, for the next generation of artists. Marek, would you like to add something as a curator? Well, I would like to thank all my friends for joining us, because the group was bigger initially, but then few people said that, well, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do it. Well, now you know what motivated us, right, when making the festival. Yes, and Labyrinth and your activities are so strong, then no regulations could be an obstacle for us. So thank you very much, Anya, for organizing this festival, and of course the other team, the other members of the team, Janusz, Jerzy. You've supported us greatly in all our activities, and it's very valuable for us that the school does not limit itself only to lectures, but we are also allowed to have a sense of freedom of going outside the curriculum, and I think this is very valuable, and this is a very modern approach. Yes, I agree. To conclude this whole event, I just wanted to add that Professor Poźniak has his own work in collective exhibition in Okno Gallery, so please pay attention to it. You can still see it. You can still see the exhibition as they are opened right now. And I wanted to thank you for your contribution, because Professor Poźniak has been bringing us young people and encouraging young people to participate in the topics, participate in our festival. And I have to say that, with each year we have new ideas. Like last year with Urat, they've animated the whole house, creating a whole labyrinth, computer game-like labyrinth with stops, with various elements. And here we see a very serious conceptual projects that are probably a result of a serious situation that we are part of right now. Thank you. And of course, I am in your debt because Jerzy Olek was your mentor or your teacher, but he was also, or he is very important to me as well, because I found a letter from the 80s, I think, that he wrote, and that which made me think about my profession. I'm an engineer. I'm a technical university graduate, but then that convinced me to study further and to work with arts. So Jerzy Olek caused all that. And I feel obliged also to encourage others, to show them how many things are possible. And I'm not treating my students as students, as my subordinates, let's say. I treat them as equal. I try treating them as equal, those equal to me. And I also value our conversations and our workshops. Thank you very much. Let me clarify one thing. We said that we have cooperated with only one university this year, but it's not true. Last year we've cooperated with Dresden, with Bratislava. This year we also have film school from Łódź, but also artistic university from Poznań and Sławek Sobczak. So clarifying what I've said before, we have two universities cooperating with us in this edition. Thank you very much. Great round of applause.
And let's continue with our conversations. Mr. Kuba, there won't be any film. So Ryszard Paprocki and Wiktor Paprocki. Let's start with the film, actually, but the one that has been already made here, and we will have online conversation with you because you are great speakers. The installation evoked different references to the entire festival. It's mute, silent film, so maybe I can comment. We have here Friedenkirche Church, beautiful old church, which is Baroque, the oldest church in Frankfurt. I think from 1230, 13th century for sure. And when we came with our installation, we were charmed with the interior because it fit well. Everything fit well. It was like adjusted to our installation, so we are really happy. And we would like to thank organizers of the festival and our curator, Ania. Anu, you're a wonderful person, and we are honored and happy that you invited us for the first time to the festival. We were doing our best. The film will be in the background, so you can watch the film, listen to us. Can you hear me? Every day we work on many different areas. We work with sculpture, painting. Richard is an architect. I study sculpture. I'm not only an architect. Okay, in a second, you will have your turn. Every day we deal with a lot of things, and we can sometimes be lost with our activities. We were thinking about Labyrinth, and this year's topic, moment. What came to our mind was the being lost in today's world. Like my predecessors, being here told that we are every day bombarded, attacked with many different images and possibilities and opportunities. And we need to find sense in this. This is very difficult to find sense in it. As an artist, it's difficult, especially if we look at the history of art or people who create art. So we were lost as artists. And in our everyday life, there can be moments when we have meetings with some. There's a moment. It can be something that is elusive. It influences our idea, and it can influence the future. So this is the moment understood by us. Between the moments, we are lost. So that's why we involved Leonardo da Vinci into the work. Why? Because first of all, it was always close. He was always close to us because of his broad approach to art. During his whole life, he was like a child, the childish approach to life, and he wanted to tame the world. He was also lost in his era. He was born maybe too late. In our work, we wanted to create this condition that the person who sees the installation is in deep water, so the person is lost. So the photograph without caption doesn't make any sense, and this is what we wanted to do. We wanted that our viewers are lost, and viewers can find on their own the sense, like in life, when we find the moment, and by finding the moment, we get the idea, we get what's going on, and then we change the perspective. And it starts being more abstract. It doesn't make any sense anymore. So again, we are lost when we lose the perspective. And then the person moves to another moment in which everything is realistic and makes sense. So we wanted to create 4 such moments to honor Leonardo da Vinci and to make people think, make our viewers think that in art there are some moments when we are lost, and it's natural. And it's natural in life as well, not only in art. And this is from me, and I hope that Richard will tell more about technicalities of installation, and about the challenges we faced. There's one more interesting thing, that this installation was created in a very interesting way, because at the beginning we were informed that we were invited to the Labyrinth Festival. We didn't know what kind of art is presented here, so we were trying to think only about the festival, about new art, and we didn't verify, didn't check previous edition of the festival. That's why it was a big challenge for us. From the beginning, we knew that we have different clash of generation clash, because Victor is younger than me. So within one installation, I was interested how this experiment would work, because I wanted to paint one composition and he would enter with his brush. It's not a photo, it's just painting. So it was painted. So this interaction between us was very, very significant for the installation. At the beginning, I remember when Anya told us that maybe we should create mural. Of course, we make murals. They are big in public space. We create such works. But here, in 3-4 days, I was surprised that this is short time to create such work, because we usually do it in 1 month. And Anya told me, well, maybe you can do it not outside, but in the interior. And we were looking for the industrial space, but the church, actually, we found that the church was amazing. I can tell you that we were afraid that this church would be too small for our installation, because the installation required 12 meters square. But actually, when we came there, when we saw the church, we saw that it fit well into the architecture of the church. And when we told you, okay, we will take place in this, COVID came in February, April, March passed, and we thought, okay, we will do it one day. We will do it later. Maybe even the festival won't take place. But you organized the festival. And so in the last 3 months, Anya called me that, yes, you need to do it. You have to take place in the festival. And we need to prepare something that doesn't require so much work. But it was otherwise. We prepared work that was meant to last only 3 days. Yeah, it was very expensive, long, ambitious, and very difficult again. So it was complicated project. This is amazing, because at the beginning, with taking the minimalism into account, we wanted to play the game of 2 inspirations, because we needed to paint something from the scaffolding. We created special tables. Our workshop is very big, so we were able to do it. I was painting on one side, Victor was painting on the other side. We couldn't do it we couldn't do it other way. We couldn't do it more automatic way, because the space was too big. And at the one moment, Victor painted one part of my composition, because when we were painting side walls, we thought it's not enough, because this is young composition and old composition. So we wanted to compose 2 more. So this installation had 2 sides, like the clock. 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock were done, but we needed 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, so we still needed. That's why we wanted to create it, build it. We predicted everything, we designed everything, and we had very strong interactions then, because then this composition started interfering. It was chaotic. We didn't know what we were painting. After 1 day of working, I came back to the church knowing that Victor is on the other side, and what do I see? He painted on what I've already done. We even fought. We were arguing about it. I was even afraid that, well, we need to choose who has more important option. Your idea is more important, or the other, my idea was important. So one day in our workshop, my uncle came that Saint Anna, very important person for Leonardo da Vinci, will be an ideal idea to create, to pay the honor to Leonardo da Vinci. And the uncle said that he saw the portrait of Leonardo on some of the curtains. so he saw a part of Leonardo da Vinci. So it was our improvisation. We didn't plan to paint Leonardo da Vinci, but the uncle, of course, noticed that. But we wanted to create this arm, let's say, of Leonardo da Vinci as the fifth component of this installation. So we see Saint Anna, and then we looked at one of the folds on the curtains has the eye, but it looked like Leonardo da Vinci, more or less. And the line of her of the shoulders. Okay, so in the film you are going to see the fragment that emerges, and this is the Leonardo we are talking about. The left side is visible with the eye. You can see this is the, let's say, the shoulder of Leonardo, of Saint Anna. But I will continue because this is one more remark that was improvised. From the beginning, we knew that we need to make auto-portrait of Leonardo da Vinci, that we will put it inside, that it will be like a spirit visible from all sides. So in all different sites, we find Leonardo da Vinci. That was the idea. But what was the most important for us, and I think we didn't mention it before, is that in today's world, we are dealing with the overplus of things associated with image. We have the chaos. And it was the chaos this was the response to the chaos we want to tame. Today, we didn't mark different points. At the beginning, we had a concept that maybe we can instruct Christoph, who's sitting there and helps visitors. We said maybe we can tell him how to do it. But then we decided no. But we put only on the floor some orientation points, so great point of views to play. Technical illusion technique. So it's about covering the space. When we look with two eyes, we see 15 different shapes that are in different direction, in different distance from us. So we wanted to give some direction to the viewers, because this is also very important. Each person in the Western world knows Leonardo da Vinci, but actually no one knows him, because we can talk about one of Mona Lisa in Poland, or other his works of art like Last Supper. So maybe we wanted to that people associate this Leonardo work that is other than we always think about. So we wanted to wanted people to see Vitruvian men. Okay, so let's imagine you enter the church, and we see that there is something, but it's chaos. It's chaotic. Nothing really can be seen. This is not visible at once. So the visitor is lost, because the visitors don't know what we wanted to present. We wanted to present an accident or something, and then the Vitruvian man starts to be visible. We get the image of this man, and this is the square, the circle. We, of course, worked with it. It was our response. We put two dancing forms in this structure, and they are in the structure of Vitruvian Man. We reversed also the text of Leonardo da Vinci. This is the mirror reflection, because Leonardo wrote like that, and one person asked us if this is in Italian. When we looked at manuscripts of Leonardo da Vinci, we cannot read it without the mirror. With the mirror, we can read what his text. So it's written from the different sides, right? So it was fascinating. Today, for the first time, when we were there, let's say, we had a shift, we were present in the church. We were looking at did it incognito. We didn't want to be identified as authors of this installation, and we wanted to see how people would approach it. Okay, sorry, but we need to try to conclude. So I think we managed to do something worth festival, and if you still have the possibility to see the installation. Sorry, but I received signals that our time is unfortunately finished. So, as we mentioned, the film will encourage people to see the installation. It's open, the bridge is open, the church is open, so if you haven't seen it, please do it. We will be there at 12 o'clock tomorrow, 1 o'clock tomorrow, so we would also be happy to answer your questions.
Drodzy Państwo, też taką tradycją
Ladies and gentlemen, the tradition of Labyrinth Festival, well, that it happened at the cross borders. It happened first in Kłodzko, at the border of Poland and Czech Republic, and the group of from Czech Republic coordinates Czech Republic, and we have today Rudolf Nemecek. We will have original text from the film, but you would be able to hear both Polish and German versions when you put your headsets on.
20. Skupina fotografů z České republiky ve složení Monika Simek-Fulková z Hronova, Petr Moško z Pardubic, Zdeněk Mudro z Nového Města nad Metují, stejně jako Rudolf Němeček a Iva Pavlátová, Pavel Rejtar z Hradce Králové, Zdeněk Stuchlík z Oví a Petr Švůd z Náchoda je velmi nesourodé společenství jak věkově, tak profesně. Od autorů zralého věku po důchodce, od vědce a vysokoškolského pedagoga po středoškolsky vzdělané lidi až po profesionální fotografii. K sobě je poutá láska k fotografii, zájem, chuť i nadšení tvořit a novými nápady překvapovat. Labyrint je fenomenální akce podnětující autory při přípravě fotografických kolekcí na dané téma, které však každý z nich pojímá dle svého osobního přístupu. Monika Simek-Fulková říká, na pozadí dějin této planety se časový úsek jedné generace smrští na pouhý moment. Krátké žití každého jedince na téhle planetě je úzce spojena se 4 živly. Ohněm, vodou, zemí a vzduchem. Výstava Moment setkání je soubor 4 obrazů, znázorňuje právě ten jediný a krátký moment setkání člověka se 4 živly naší planety Země. Petr Moško má jiný pohled. Ve fotografiích zachycují okamžik, které se již nikdy neopakují. Právě fotografie je jediné médium, které má za úkol tyto okamžiky zachytit. Je to pro mne velké dobrodružství, které mě činí stále více baví. Proto kouzlo okamžiku vlastně fotografuji. Zdeněk Mudroch připravil kolekci fotografií se záměrem přiblížit členkám divadelního souboru momenty, které při představení prožívají, ale sami je prakticky nevnímají. Jejich gesta, grimasy jsou určeny divákům. Tyto zachycené momenty neslouží ke studiu výrazu, ale pro pobavení diváků a hereček. Rudolf Němeček pojal obrazově moment jako průnik životadárných světelných paprsků do neznámého prostoru, kde světlo vytváří mizející obrazce ve chvíli jejich zrodu a výstavu nazval Moment průniku. Iva Pavlátová nabádá. Zastav se na moment a rozhlédni se kolem. Včera jsi se smál a užíval si každou krásnou chvíli. Dnes máš slzy v očích a čekáš na zázrak, nebo jen na okamžik pomíjivého štěstí. A zítra, co ti ještě zbývá? Všechny tvé touhy spálil noční žár a tobě zůstane jen naděje. Pavel Rejtar vnáší myšlenku na téma momentu. Jako zbytečné zbytky zbytečných událostí, kdy předměty bez vzájemných souvislostí, jež do obrazu vstoupily s náklonností možných příběhů. Zdeněk Stuchlík říká, život je posloupnost nerozhodujících okamžiků spojujících rozhodující okamžiky. Oba druhy okamžiků mohou být zdrojem existujících pocitů a ty lze reflektovat ve výtvarných kreacích či fotografických záznamech, dávající reflexi podstaty světa. Projekt Petra Šulce Magie dne vznikl v průběhu jednoho dne podle předem stanoveného konceptu zachytit moment, kterých je denně kolem nás nekonečně mnoho, moment, který míjíme bez povšimnutí. Autor prezentuje běžnou realitu bez jakýchkoliv zásahů do fotografie, bez digitálních úprav, jako výtvarnou práci.
Dziękujemy, drodzy Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just add that this is the first edition of the festival that we have to organize without our friends from the Czech Republic. They are always here, and they always created this special atmosphere of the festival. What the movie has presented is not fully coherent. What was read by interpreters. So please, in order to get the full experience, take a look at their exhibition. Go to the gallery to see their exhibitions, their introduction. They couldn't be here, so we've printed their works so that they could exist here, at least remotely. And they were fully determined to do that. We were also equally determined. So I would like to thank them, and send my best regards to them if they're watching us. Our next artist is Mira Podmańska, who I can welcome here. Mira came to us from Bratislava, and I invited her to present in my own home in Urad, which is under construction, which has been under construction for many years. But since 2012, we are hosting different artists there with many realizations there. I would just like to read the entry from the catalog that describes her work, and I dream about my home as such. So, the installation presents a place for relaxing, rest and contemplation. Interior walls and ceiling are complemented by a comfortable chair with pillows and a lamp. It's completed from fabric, so it gives you the idea of softness and comfort. Each of us wants to have their place on earth here to relax after a long day. You can just relax there and find their own self there. That is why I suggested Mira to exhibit in such a location with an unfinished house, that is still in the phase of our dreams and relations. So Mira, tell us a bit about your realization, about the creation, the assembly of your works. We will all be able to see it tomorrow in the Urad Valley. Starting from 10 a.m. we will gather there. Well, if you speak in English, that's going to be perfect. Or in Polish.
I was really happy when Anna with Michel invited me for this exhibition, because they chose the work which I created 10 years ago in Belgium. I was there at the residency program in the Centre de la Tapisserie, so it was also... Okay.
Ja znowu wyprzedziłam fakty, przepraszam. Bez dźwięku. Aha, czyli możemy mówić tak.
So it was for me also really interesting to see it after 10 years again. Of course, the place I didn't see before, because for me it's always important and let's say important to see where I installed the work and at least to have the pictures or photos. But this time was also for me, I heard about the house, the way it's built, but I didn't have any pictures, so I didn't have any idea how it's gonna look from inside. So it was kind of difficult to install with all the possibilities and all the space and also that it's not finished, but it was a challenge, and I think tomorrow you can see the result by yourself. But I'm kind of happy with the result. It fits in the place, it fits in the space, and it's really created there a space what I was thinking about, when I was created it 10 years ago. And it's really textile installation made out of two materials which overlay each other. So there are many, many layers which I sewn and embroidered on each other and then cut through to see the layers under it. And they are all things from the interior, really. The things, the furniture, but it's also finished with maybe some of the words, some of the text which I was reading or which I was writing, some of the maybe more metaphorical thoughts and stuff like this. So it's really, I would say it's kind of image of myself in a way.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Rzeczywiście trochę było komplikacji, bo powiem szczerze, ja wybrałam jakby inną
chose a different space for the exhibition, and then it turned out to be too low, and we needed to find, something else, a different part of the house's interior, so that the exhibition can be placed there. So, thank you very much, Mira, for accepting our invitation. Even though, faced with such difficulties, you came here, and we will be able to see it live tomorrow. Yes, I'm really happy for tomorrow, and then I hope that, I hope I will be able to return to Slovakia after that. Probably you will have to face quarantine, right? Yes. A round of applause is well deserved, definitely. Do we have Mr. Tomasz Wełna with us? Yes, we do. So, we will see the film about Mr. Wełna, his musical performance. But the movie will show it to you, and then the conversation.
Nazywam się Tomek Wełna. Jestem człowiekiem ciekawym świata, ludzi i przestrzeni.
I am curious about the world, and I love visual arts and music. Tomasz Wełna, sorry. This is my passion and nature. It would be impossible for me to live without it. In my works, I raise the topic of space, the landscape, human, and sound. I present these works because I think they fit well to the character of the festival, and I would not be able to live without performing my work.
Witamy, panie Tomku, Tomaszu.
Welcome, Tomasz. Good evening. So, you play your flute in different places of the world, creating the atmosphere, but also adjusting to the atmosphere around you. We hoped to hear your music both in Słubice, in Frankfurt, and in the Urad Valley. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but at least we have the fraction of your energy in Urad. Hopefully we will be able to hear it, and we will be able to hear how you corresponded with the area. I'm not sure if you followed us on the internet from Krakow, if you've seen part at least of our festival. A bit, yes. I have a lot of obligations and responsibilities in the recent days, but yes, I've seen some of the festival. But I'm really under great impression of how you assembled my exhibition, my work, and I'm under the great impression of the artists, the level of artists that is represented by the works. And I hope I will be able to come here to come to you next year, if only given the possibility. So yes, my question was about whether you were following us, because I was wondering what kind of music would work well with this particular moment. I'm not sure if you have your flute next to you. How you do? Yes, we haven't. We haven't established that, but maybe you could, grace us with a short remote performance to our situation here. Gladly. Music that could, be in Labyrinth could sound like that.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Przyznam się, że jest to jedyny akcent.
Thank you very much, and I think I have to admit this is the only musical accent of this year's festival. Tomorrow we will, as I said, hear an impression, visual impression of your work in the in Urad Valley, and then I hope we'll meet you next year and we'll do it live. Thank you very much for meeting us. I do hope so as well. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Drodzy Państwo, teraz kolejna prezentacja. Poproszę, nie będziemy się łączyć zdalnie, gdyż artystę mamy na miejscu. Zapraszam Tomasza Fedyszyna na kanapę. Tomasz jest artystą słubickim.
Tomasz, you're an artist from Słubice. You grew up here. You were visiting Art Gallery Okna as a student. I'm talking about it because I'm really, really proud that he is my student, that he came to my first workshops when I started running this workshop. He was around the art gallery, always there as an intern, and many other different functions I had in the art gallery, and now he works with me in the art gallery. He also was a teacher. He already taught young people, but also Tomasz is an artist. He presents his works. He's usually a painter, and this is how he is known in Słubice, as a painter. He presented his exhibition in March or in February, at the beginning of February, so before the pandemics, in London. But the Labyrinth Festival generates creative energy in him. So instead of painting, Tomasz presents something else. Let's listen to the short film and listen to response to our questions. My name is Tomasz Fedyszyn, and I am an incurable optimist. For me, art is a language to express things that otherwise could not be expressed verbally. I work with different techniques, and I do not limit myself to one medium. In each form of expression, I'm able to refer to the human relationship with space and time. To respond to the slogan of this year's edition of the festival, that is Moment, I refer to the transience of what we already know, believe in, and consider credible. Tomasz, you watched the film again for the second time. Your realization will be visible to watch in Dolina Uradu tomorrow. You can see it. What was your inspiration? Space was my inspiration. Space of Dolina Uradu, or space in general. In my works, I try to limit myself to one medium, painting it is. But Labyrinth, thanks to Labyrinth, with some difficulty, I create installations. This installation is my response to this year's edition of the festival. And our life and our activities, well, in short, our life is the collection of moments. And it's actually very difficult to say for sure what is true or what will remain true for a long period of time. Because over years, artists, scientists discover new things that give us new perspective. And the things that we've already seen lose credibility and stop being the absolute, like the moment, reflection, and the moment, of the slogan of the festival. What kind of material did you use for your realization? The installation is composed of many spheres made of glass, composed in the space of Dolina Uradu, the Urad Valley. They work as a reflection. It's a reference to the moment. Okay, would you like to, Tomasz, add anything? Say hello to your son, maybe? Yes, of course, I would like to say hello to my audience, to my wonderful son. He was born last month in September. So I saw the picture. Your son is sleeping with the Labyrinth program. So, well, a new generation of artists now. Okay, tomorrow in Dolina Uradu, you will be able to confront reality with what we can see now online. Hopefully, we will have wonderful weather like today. It's beautiful. Maybe I add that if you have your own car, you can use it, but we will have for you special buses. But remember, we have some limitations. The bus is big, but still, if you took trains, I think that it's the perfect way for you to move from dorm to Dolina Uradu in the morning tomorrow. So thank you again, Tomasz, for your presence here.
A teraz może, żeby Ania to nie musiała robić samemu.
Ania, let's present another artist. Anna Panek-Kusz. To be honest, until the last moment, I didn't know what Ania would create because we were so busy with or the organization of the festival that Ania didn't know if she would manage to finish anything, to create anything. And so I'm myself very curious of your installation that was created in Urad. Yeah, it took me a long time. My work had its premiere in 2012. When Professor Jerzy Olek had the idea that he liked the construction of the home in Urad, and then we started presenting their exhibitions. And he said, well, we need to do something with the construction because it's beautiful as such. We need to organize some artistic event in there. So we put on pillars 300 of miniatures, photographs presenting the surrounding of the Urad. They looked like slides, so we put them on the construction. We put them on the house, and they were presented them on the house. But what was our idea? Our idea was to cover them with clay, and so they were the internal energy of this house. So they are like the cornerstone for this house. So the majority of the works is actually there in the house, but after 8 years I want to present that this energy is felt. We can feel the energy of all artists that presented their works in Dolina Uradu. So I would like to show the moment in which is now too long because we wanted to finish the construction of this house earlier, but unfortunately it takes a long time. But maybe there are viewers who don't know anything about the house. Ania and her husband Maciej, they built the house filled with straw and clay. And they build the house, with straw and clay. So they build the house and they organize their different installations, different exhibitions around the house and in the house. The house is changing each year, which is a great challenge for artists also. But the house itself is as well something exceptional, extraordinary. So we are happy that Maciej is with us. Maciej can also tell us more about the project. And even you can tell us when you will move in finally. I would like to add Maciej to as the author of the installation, but he didn't agree. But he is a co-creator for sure. I don't know if you know which films to make, because I prepared 3 films. My name is Anna Panek-Kusz. I work in the art gallery Okno, which presents photography and new media. I'm also the curator of Labyrinth Festival. I deal with education, I organize workshop, and I'm an artist myself. And I present my work as an artist. Why do I do what I do? Because I look for my own path. I like working with people, but I also care of the relation between the audience and the creator, and I would like to have such mutual understanding between audience and creators. In my works, I often raise the topic of symmetry, the interaction between different spaces. I work with individual elements, but I also move symmetrical lines to capture mysticism of the form, to give the viewers a free interpretation of the work and experience this element of space. On Festival Labyrinth, I will show my 2 installations. One is a part of the collaborative exhibition managed by Jerzy Olek. The second exhibition is more personal. It's about the moment in my life. The moment which stretches in time, actually, because we planned it to be a bit shorter than it is. In Dolina Urodu, we created a house out of straw, clay, and wood. We built there a space for me and my husband. And actually, from the beginning of creating this house, from 2012, we invite their artists that take place in the festival. They give energy to the place. In 2012, we had the first presentation with Jerzy Olek. The wood construction of the house was presented. Then we put clay, then we put the cornerstone there. That was the idea, but I think it functions well. This year, I would like to invite you to my presentation in which I show works trying to show the energy, artistic energy, by composing different elements of space, of the house, of the moment, which is very magical for us, because as an architect of our house said, the aim is very important, but the process of realization and a process of building this house is very important as well. And I realize myself in fine arts. I organize exhibitions, but my husband realizes himself and finds his fulfillment on the construction site. So I would like to invite you to Dolina Urodu, and thank you very much. Okay, so the first question, because you talked about authorship. So you are the author, you're the creator, you took the photographs, but in a sense you co-built the house. Maciej, you are there every day, as I heard, in the house, and you build it. You are an architect. You had, an architect who prepared for you the project, so you cooperate with the architect. So for 9-10 years, you welcome artists there who don't help you build the house, but build the atmosphere around it, which in a way also co-creates the spirit of the place, of the house. So the question about authorship is a very interesting one. Festival Labyrinth has many curators and organizers, but there are many co-creators of the festival. So how do you understand the authorship? You are the author of the photographs, of the photos, but how do you find yourself in the whole project? I thought that my presentation at the Labyrinth Festival, it's not only about the photos, but also about the Dolina Uradu space.
And then I really wanted to incorporate that in that house, our home, into the festival, and that's why I asked Maciej if we can incorporate it to our artistic space. Maciej, how do you see yourself in it? You said it yourself that you don't want to be presented as co-author. Or maybe you would like to have an individual exhibition. Maybe you just didn't want to be, a part of my team. Well, with each year, I joke that we've been building this house for quite some time, and we've been creating this background for the exhibition. Of course, it changes, it evolves year after year. And it's a place where you could change or modify artistically, and the artists have been doing it since 2012. And I do believe that you will be able to feel that tomorrow, personally. And artists leave a fraction of themselves, of their own creations. Besides of this year's edition exhibitions, you can also find signs of previous exhibitions, previous editions. Not all of them were hidden under the layers of plaster or straw. Some of the elements of previous year's editions, exhibitions during the previous year's editions, you will be able to see still. There are also stones in the house that served as pedestals for photos. And they are spread over our plots, and they create an interesting value of the exhibition as well. So I think you can feel the atmosphere, you can still touch it, And fun fact, the fragment of the house that you will see tomorrow is the part that we live in right now, because, or that we intend to live in, because after we finish the big construction, we want to move in to the house, not to the full. To the house. Our flat our apartment is only going to be part of the building, and you will be able to see this part quite differently decorated that probably is going to be originally. So this exhibition closes a certain moment in time, I guess. So you are moving in soon, right? And everything will look different. So this is a moment. Sorry, this is the end of an era, let's say. So next year, when we are going to visit your house, we will just see the exhibition in your fully furnished kitchen. Yes, well, that may be true. Let me tell you two quick anecdotes then. In 2002. Marek Gardulski visited Labyrinth. His works are present today, in this year's edition as well. He is not here with us here, but after 2 years he visited our house. He saw that we're already living there, we're cooking there. He said nice technology, and then 2 years later he said that, well, do you think you could host us as visitors, because we're around and we could just use it, stay with you for 2 days, and that was 2014. Right now it's 2020 and we still haven't finished the house. But then the second story that is food for thought, I think, for us. Last year we had a friend from the academy, from Berlin. she learned about our festival, and she got passionate about it. And then she visited Urad Valley, and she told me, well, Anya, well, why do you still invite people into your houses? That they are making fires into your house. They are walking over your floors. So, that was the commentary I heard. But I think we're building the house partially, at least, for it to be full of people, full of artists and arts, and to get your energy, capture your energy. So hopefully next editions will still take place in Urad. Well, there is a lot of area around the house. Maybe we won't just enter the house directly. But yes, as I said, on a serious note, we will invite you to our living rooms, basically, and then the rest of the space will be devoted to guest rooms, places to meditate, to relax, and create as well. And breakfasts, definitely, 10 o'clock a.m. Be there with us. Thank you very much. And yes, I'll leave you the floor to present the next artist. Thank you, Maciej. Great round of applause. My husband. Okay, so now we have Paweł Kula. Good morning, welcome. And we have a video, so let's start with that. My name is Paweł Kula. I was born and I live in Szczecin, but I will visit you this year on the Labyrinth Festival. I deal with photography as a form of entertainment. I build bizarre cameras and experiment with photosensitive materials. I like changing my ideas, recreate them from the scratch. I treat this and during this year's festival, I will have a piece that is not characteristic to me in a way. That is a document that draws on the basic motivation of photography. In this case, I was interested in the changes that took place on the border strip near Szczecin. So border areas are very important for me. And I wanted to show how the border functions and how this is a fracture in landscape and the surroundings of Szczecin. So this is one of the few places of land, and I think that showing it in since the border separates Frankfurt and Słubice, it's an important element of the shared landscape. I think I decided to present it at the festival. And this is why I decided to come with a border exhibition to your city. So Paweł, we've known each other quite some time, and we've selected your work, quite, and it was on purpose, because you've sent us two proposals, and you visited us once. You was one of the artists on the previous editions. We presented your light-sensitive experiments with other materials, and since Michael is very close to the topic of borders, and there was even an idea for you to join his exhibition, we decided to invite you with this particular project. So this is maybe, we felt that this was maybe the moment that you should see the light. Should I comment that? Well, I thought that maybe Michael will take up, will comment on that. I was interested in your ideas, but today I had a conversation with Marianna Michalowska, and I said that I'm happy that you've selected this proposal, and I think that in the movie I didn't know what to do with this time, definitely, but so far I have shown some experimental things, ideas. Last time I think I visited it in 2015. I showed some fluorescent experiments. Something was illuminated. So all these primary phenomena for photography, and this is what I deal with on an everyday basis. This is something known for me, but I'm really happy to be able to show something unusual that I rarely present, because I think this kind of photography is done because I do it for pleasure. I do it without any greater motivation. So what motivated you then? I was here in Szczecin, and I visited these areas as well, and I'm really interested in that. Still, Nysa and Odra are these limits. So maybe you can still talk about Odra River as a way of transporting, as a division, but also as a connecting thing. But we can see on your paintings or images, sorry, that it's one landscape. It's the same landscape, and human beings try to visualize. So to show that there is a border. Yes, and I'm really happy that you've noticed this artificiality of this of this delimitation. We've probably all known the anecdote when Stalin was drawing the borders between Germany and Poland, and this border was to be along the Oder River till the end. So Szczecin was supposed to be German. So somebody decided probably to go against this natural landscape. So not using river as a natural border, but really equally. Otherwise, Szczecin probably would be a twin city. Limited between the two countries. I was born in Szczecin, and one of the generations of Polish citizens that were replacing the German citizens after 8 years of it being owned by the Germans, Swedish and French, multicultural city with a rich history. And for me, this border is a very important element of a personal history. I grew up in the city in times when the border was closely and carefully guarded, and that shaped our imagination of the world. For us citizens of Szczecin, so having the idea of having another country 15 kilometers from the center of our city, and this used to be a border that could not be crossed with barbed wire and dogs and guards. And in the 80s, it was completely closed, and it was really guarded. My only imagination about this foreign land, Eastern Germany, that was the trains that were getting to us once a day. I think that was the that was the only place that connected us, the only thing that connected us with the Eastern Germany. So once we got a chance to cross this border freely, to approach it in 2008, Poland entered the Schengen zone, so we could cross the border freely, and the border disappeared. You could just go for a walk there, walk your dog across the border. You could use every forest path. And then, it turned out that, the other side is no different from our side. And it's really artificial fracture in the landscape that, is that seems more and more unnatural, and if you know, because people still keep the border as a line in the natural landscape. And then you can see that these derelicts of the infrastructure that was used to delimit, to divide these two identical landscapes, that Mecklenburg is no different from Pomerania, for example, in terms of weather, animals, or kinds of you know, trees that grow there. Yes, and Szczecin is a good example of this naturally forming metropolis. I have a lot of friends who live on the German side, in German cities that almost are twin cities to Szczecin, and that they go to and from. And I'm not sure if even, you know, lockdown is possible there, because you can just cross the border through the forest. Yeah, we could talk about it for a long time, but yes, behind the border in Frankfurt and Słubice, sorry, the border between Frankfurt and Słubice is based on the river that is difficult to cross, right? You can't just cross it like that. You can't just swim through it. And then in Szczecin, the land-based border is you know, very closely related to crossing the border illegally, and then this border being patrolled by the military, smuggling things through the border, even in the 90s. So, you know, all these stories that I'm not sure if it's translated into German. So that to describe stealing something on the other side of the border and then carrying it to the other side. I'm not sure if this Polish word "juma" is even understood in other sides of Poland that are not close to the border. Well, I know, I grew up around it, and I know it very well. So this word means stealing, but it's a special kind of stealing, special form of stealing. I don't know what was the exact city. What was the exact city that from which the train started, and then went through the border to Germany, and then but there was a train, a 3.10 train to Yuma, which is a very nice pun for those who know American cinema, Western cinema. So it's, you know, it's an interesting topic. And you know, a lot of robbing was also presented and shown in the movie. Well, it's interesting. It correlates interestingly how that how it reflects the situation, because you know, there was an information that the borders will be locked on Saturday, so there were lines of cars trying to cross the border to do the last shopping in Poland before the borders are closed. So people started panicking, and it was impossible for people to imagine the return to this you know, situation you described with barbed wire and so on. Let me just add that for me, it's something that I started doing. Well. Just out of curiosity, the first photos from this cycle started in 2012, where the political situation in Poland was quite stable, and some people even remember it fondly, about and you know, they say about the proverbial hot water coming from the tap, and that was it. But there were no threats, there were no protests, there was no risk to the rule of law, right, like we have right now. But I had this idea, this subliminal notion that it's so open. This openness was natural for us, and that the borders will be opened forever. And when I started taking these photos, I had the impression that throughout the years, it won't change. But I can see now that the situation is changing. It looks, it looks. It looks really real right now, as it turns out. And whenever something serious happens, some political crisis happens, a disease or any political disconcern, then the notion of a border returns almost immediately. And starting from March, it turns out now that the border is very tangible and difficult to be crossed. So I went to Germany at the beginning of March, and then next time, even though I live so close to the border, next time I visited was today, because I visited Frankfurt. And it turns out that it's the last moment, that I can cross that border before it's locked, it's closed again. So yes, the limits. So Brandenburg turned out to be a bit more lenient than Mecklenburg, for example. So still, I realized during making this project that it's not. This borders, this disappearing borders should not be taken for granted. Maybe it's a short-term invention. It's the short-term thing, and then we should not get used to it. To this freedom of crossing the border. For example, I don't know, going for a swim to Germany, to a location that's very close to Szczecin. So and this area around Szczecin got broadened, which is strange because when I was growing up, you still felt this wall that you can't go beyond this 15 kilometers to the west. So I think this is also this increasing notion of going wider, of the area of our living area going broader. To finish up, to conclude, the personal thing that was important for me here in this project is that I was born in Szczecin, also because then my father came to Szczecin to serve in the military. And so he was conscripted, and then he was a border guard. So the places that I'm showing on my photos, he knows these places. He knows them from the 60s because he was patrolling the border as a soldier, as a border guard. So his stories about the borders were probably also a spark that started my thinking about the project. I won't go any longer. Thank you very much for coming and also for that. I think it's really nice that we selected this particular project, that this moment was nicely captured and articulated, especially in the current situation when the borders are being closed, and we were afraid that the festival, the participants would not be able to cross. I just wanted to advertise your activities, that you're an animator, that you're a creator, that you work with students, with teenagers, that you created different cameras, that you could make experiments. And in 2015, you were also one of the leaders of the Labyrinth Academy. And I still remembered how we grated beetroots for the purposes of the academy. Yes, there were photos on plant-based pigments, one of the first completely unpractical photographic methods ever used. Yes, but still, in my daughter's wardrobe, there's still, a photo like that. It didn't fade. It didn't fade. Yes, it didn't, because it's hidden in a book. So probably it still can be viewed if it hasn't been exposed to the light. It's great. It's great to hear that. So thank you for that also. And thank you for coming this year. And we invite you to the library. And if you haven't seen it, unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. You can just visit the website to see it. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we would like to ask Mr. Marek Noniewicz on stage. and then we will have a break. We have a film, so we can start with the film. Good morning. My name is Marek Noniewicz. I take photos and sometimes I write about photography. I work at the Museum of Photography at the University of Economy in Bydgoszcz. And I live in Bydgoszcz as well. I'm interested in the relationship of photography with the world of nature. I believe that photography is in a way derivative of nature, that the world has always strived to autosave itself. And the people, thanks to the invention of photography, was able to combine some well-known facts. And that's why photography started functioning as it is, as we know it. I have started also to pay more attention to the documentation of educational processes. Such meetings are always a type of exchange, and what remains after such meeting is a kind of testimony. I'm most familiar with the personal document, private photography, an intimate memoir, but I'm also fascinated by formal experiments resulting from conceptual traditions and reflections over the consequences of changes that take place in the area of recording images. The World Beyond Time is a living history whose starting point was a reflection on my own archive and an attempt to repeat an educational project that I carried out 18 years ago. But most of all, this was a story about a meeting, and I think that the border is a perfect place to tell such stories. Marek, we are very happy that you are with us, that you came. I'm also happy that that you invited me for the festival. You sent this material when we were talking about your exhibition in the art gallery Okno. Then the pandemics took place, happened, and the topic wasn't defined. But when I was working on the Labyrinth program, I remembered about what you sent me about time, about going back in time. And I offered you taking part in the festival with the project. Yeah, I'm thinking, where's the moment? When I'm thinking about the project, I think this is something unusual for me. This project is unusual and exceptional for me. I think I had at least several moments. What actually happened in 2002, so workshops, which I was leading. I was leading also with Paweł Kula in villages, Jasionka and Krzywa, old villages. Another moment that was pioneer in terms what I would deal with. It was quite a prophetic moment because I didn't know that I will be an educator. And I'm actually educating people. I didn't know about that. And another moment, the situation when I was organizing my archive. I think a lot of people nowadays search, checks, verifies archives. Verifies what happened before. Maybe in my situation it's a bit different because it arises from the fact that not of the things were presented outside. So I found a material which I thought was waiting for me, was mature enough to be presented. The material was waiting for the moment, for the proper moment. And I realized that the time has passed. And then I was teaching children, and now they're not children, they are adults. I remember them. I have their photographs, and I remember the emotions that accompanied taking the photographs. Who are these children? Where are they? And that's why I got the idea to go to this place again. I received a scholarship, and in 2019 I had 3 trips to Beskidy Mountains in order to find these people, my previous students, to meet them. I realized that it's not about taking photos. It was secondary. What was important for me was to just meet them and have some form of repetition, a ritual of repetition. I wanted that the archive meets with this archive would evoke the spirit of the time, and I wanted to repeat the workshops that happened before, of course in new scenery, but with the same people, Yes, I'm happy. I'm glad that I did it. I didn't take as many photos as I wanted to, but the meeting was important for me itself. People who in the past took part in the workshops and that I met during my trips, I realized that it was important not only for me, but also for them. But it's quite symptomatic, because I managed to have contact on Facebook with them, and even a special group on Facebook was created in which we talked about holiday, that we will meet on holidays, and I knew where they live, where they come from. But when we were actually on spot, when we actually had the meeting, I don't think they were ready. Maybe it was just the time was too short. But the thread of connection was created due to the photography. And I think that if we will have possibility, and we will have the possibility to go to Beskidy again. But you conducted workshops. Yeah, I invited Paweł Kula. I invited Piotr Janowski, who was the initiator of the project then, but now he is trapped, let's say, in different stories, and we didn't manage to continue the cooperation. But we went there to Beskidy, we organized workshops, and yeah, we did it. I would like to ask about emotions. The emotions that happened, that you had 18 years ago in the photos. So let's talk about the magic of photography, because you were showing students how to take photos, how to do it exactly step by step. Did you have the same emotions 18 years ago and now? Because I've conducting the gallery for 18 years, and I would like to ask about the change. Did young people in the past look differently at photography, different than today's teenagers, students? Well, it's complicated. It's not an easy answer. It was a problem because when we went there, everything was prepared, but actually no one came for the workshop on the first day. Something didn't work. We had an association. I asked for cameras, but no one actually came. 18 years ago, when we organized workshops, there was just a crowd of children. They needed the world. They wanted to take photos. Maybe there was on the site, and maybe you would have to employ an animator, someone who would organize everything. Yes, the director, Mr. Marek, is there still. He's not a public person, but he is still there. He acts there. But the world came to them. They have internet. Children have smartphones. So Beskid mountains is like the real world. It's not any magic for them now to capture the moment. 18 years ago, taking a photo was the only way of capturing the moment, not capturing the magic of the moment. Today, for the children, this is not the same. As you say, when we allow them to touch or smell this energy of taking photos, it was a bit different. I've been conducting workshops for many, many years, and I've never met anyone who wouldn't be charmed by the camera obscura and by this art of photography. So it works all the time. But the enthusiasm of students was a bit different than in the past. It was lower. We are changing. Media is changing. We change our perception of the reality. But I also read words. I couldn't sleep yesterday after the finish of the festival. And one person, and you wrote that you start your educational activities from a mindfulness exercise. I would like to ask about it. So you need to evoke in teenagers this kind of mindfulness. Yeah, this is true. This is the element that I learned myself, of being present in the moment, of being focused, and to be able to be present in the moment and not elsewhere. Why do I use new technologies? Of course, I use new technologies. They are nice, they're cool, and they're fast, and we have the immediate effect, of course. But I also think that the contact with the analog, with the material itself, with something that actually exists and you can touch it, allows young students of photography feel the moment and experience the moment and focus on the moment. Focus on something that is going here now, here and now. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Marek Noniewicz was with us, animator and artist, and a person who works in the workshop in Bydgoszcz, in the Museum of Photography in Bydgoszcz. I'm really impressed by the organization of this festival and the scope of this festival. So great respect to you. Thank you for your invitation. Anya, now we are having a break. So my technicians told me in each break we will play films from Poznań. Sławomir Sobczak students, they made films, so in each break you would be able to watch them. Okay, so let's meet at 8:30. Again, thank you very much.
วงจรให้อ่ะโอ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
when I started to scream that you need to believe in the context too. You need to believe in the context. Because when you believe in the context, it's just easy to climb. You just need to imagine to believe in it, and then it's super easy. It was true. Yeah.
The anonymous work is presumed to be in the period of the 2020 coronavirus plague. This long mural was excavated near the forest of Lake Malta in Poznan, rich in art and historical value. It allows us to actually understand how humans in the 21st century are against the threat of viruses, the people's suspicion of the world's dark regime at the time, and the care for life struggled. COVID-19, coronavirus, also known as Wuhan pneumonia. The outbreak occurred in the alternate spring and summer seasons of 2019 to 2020. The infected people spanned 5 continents. Complications caused by respiratory tract infections resulted in high mortality rates. The symptoms of the infected people varied, making it more difficult to prevent the epidemic. From left to right, you can first see the male trying to dispel evil spirits with a thermometer and hand wash. The male on the right wears a full set of protective gowns. He is responsible for disinfection in the empty city, taking the risk of infection. The 2 people in the middle are the purchaser. The government ordered borders and shops to be closed. No one can go out unless they go to work or buy necessities. Supermarkets snap up consumables, such as food and toilet paper. Masks and gloves are indispensable equipment. On this scale of pneumonia, on the left is Director General of World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. When a person is judged by Libra, he or she will first temporarily transform into a bird and compare it with his own heart to verify whether the person is honest. Whether he takes fairness and justice as the principle and thinks of the public interest. If the heart is heavier than a bird, it must be disinfected with alcohol, so as to maintain a clean personality and not to be confused by interests. And on the left is the hard-working medical staff on the front line. Because of the masks, we can't see their appearance clearly, but their selfless dedication to the history of humanity is all in our eyes. On the far right side of the painting, you can see a compartment made up of pillars of death. High in the middle is Mr. Xi, the chairman of the Communist Party of China. He is also the only person sitting on a chair in the entire painting. Wearing a magnificent hat, Winnie the Pooh, his representative role, and embroidered with icon of the Communist Party. He unhurried call out the coronavirus from the devil's flower. By his messengers sent to ban around the world. Sitting next president of the buttocks is not a chair, but 2 people huddled body of a bird nose. Scholars speculate they may be likely to be the incarnation of the author and his friends. They are dissatisfied with China's control of the world. But no way to change the political pedantic, only silence. But don't forget the god of death behind you. Located at the top of the painting, the people take a sitting position and maintain a 2-meter social distance. From this period, it is an important watershed in human history. The dramatic changes in communication methods have forced humans to adapt to the fake news of the community website and rethink the living indoors. Possibly, it can be said that human beings in this period have returned to the burrowing era, and the reverse globalization is slowly unfolding here. The girl holding the camera here is presumed to be a friend of the author by scholars. She went to a strange city alone to study, but because the plague school was closed, she had nowhere to go and could only take online lessons. His bird-nosed mother had no more masks. She and her children mourn their husband who died of pneumonia at home. She can't even attend the funeral, in order to avoid group infections. This disease-ridden patient is on the verge of death, praying that pneumonia can find the cure quickly and recover the normal world. The plague doctor appears again. Scholars believe that the author wants humans to be vigilant. Everything in the world is reincarnation and circulation. Once the rules of nature are broken, the damage of rebound will fall on humans. And don't forget the painful lessons from history.
Szum powoduje, że ciężko mi się poruszać. Ciało sparaliżowane. Ruchy spowolnione. Czuję, jak pustkowie przestaje być przestrzenią, tylko powoli wypełnia pamięć. Czas stał się czymś odrębnym, zanika. Nie mogę poruszać żadną kończyną. Najmniejsze fragmenty jakby wyparowały. Zupełnie się tego nie spodziewałam. Że dzisiaj się tu znajdę. Że się ona zgubi, a ja zostanę tu sama. Że będę jej szukać. Co tu robię?
Szukasz Ines. Zgubiła się parę minut temu. Od jak dawno się nią opiekujesz?
Od 7 miesięcy. Często chodziłyśmy tu do lasu, szczególnie w tak sympatyczne letnie popołudnie jak te.
Jej zaginięcie traktujesz jako winę.
Trudno powiedzieć. Nie widziałam samego momentu zniknięcia. Ciężko tutaj cokolwiek zauważyć.
Niektóre elementy są jedynie pretekstami do rzeczy pozornie nieistotnych. Z czasem te pierwsze się rozpływają, a te drugie zastygają jak magma. Gdzie ostatnio ją widziałaś?
Byłyśmy w lesie, przy głównej drodze. Szłyśmy do takiego wzniesienia, tu niedaleko.
Dobrze znasz ten las.
Mieszkam tu od dziecka.
Zapomnij o lesie i o tym, co znasz. Szukałaś wszędzie? Sprawdziłaś jezioro?
Tu nie ma jeziora.
Wydaje mi się, że jednak jest. Takie nie za duże zaraz za tym wzniesieniem.
Wątpię, żeby tam była.
Wątpisz, bo wiesz, czy wątpisz, bo się go boisz?
Gorąco.
Wcale nie. Jest tylko 15 stopni.
Jest mi gorąco. Powoli i stopniowo czuję uderzenia ciepła. Tak jakby coś się rozpływało i promieniowało od środka, aż po czubki palców.
Spróbuj się położyć.
Nie powinnam przestawać szukać. Słyszę lekko uderzające o brzeg fale. Woda dostaje mi się do uszu. Jest nieprzyjemnie. Wcześniej tak nie było.
Kiedyś czytałem, że jak człowiek wchodzi do nieznanego mu pomieszczenia, to pierwsze co robi, to podchodzi do okna. Musi się rozeznać, na jaki wszedł teren. Prosty odruch. To było tu.
Blisko.
Jak wtedy była ubrana?
Siostra? Nie pamiętam, dawno to było.
Postaraj się. Takie rzeczy się pamięta. Mamy czas.
Zacząć od góry czy od dołu?
Jak wolisz. Jak to mówią, ty tu rozdajesz karty.
Włosy miała związane w kitkę. Nowa, jeszcze nie schodzona sukienka, taka do kolan. Na stopach miała skórzane sandały. Kiedyś były moje, ale z nich wyrosłam. Pamiętam, że ze szkoły zawsze wracałyśmy przez las. Zimą tamtejsze jezioro zamarzło tak mocno, aby skrócić sobie drogę, po prostu przechodziłyśmy przez nie. Raz jeden, jak szłyśmy, to w pewnym momencie lód pod jej stopami nagle się złamał. Sekundę później połowa jej ciała znajdowała się pod powierzchnią wody. W takich momentach nawet nie zdążysz pomyśleć, by wołać o pomoc. W takich momentach jedyne, czego chcesz, to przetrwać. Przepełnia cię wrażenie, że jedyną osobą, która może cię uratować, jesteś ty sam. Nikt poza. Była strasznie ciężka. Próbowałam chwycić ją za włosy. Włosy natomiast były strasznie śliskie, tak samo jak całe ciało. Po tym, jak cudem udało mi się ją wyciągnąć, poprosiła mnie, abym nie mówiła nic rodzicom. Nigdy później nie wracałyśmy do tego zdarzenia. Nigdy później już nie wracałyśmy do domu przez jezioro. Nawet gdy zimy były bardzo mroźne, a lód wystarczająco gruby.
Dlatego tu nie przychodzisz.
Z powodu jakichś błahostek człowiek ma wyrzuty, rozumiesz? Okazuje się, że można być równocześnie sobą i kimś innym. Ale jak będzie z tym wszystkim, co się postanowi?
Siedzisz przed lustrem i wyobraź sobie, jak może wyglądać twoja jama ustna. Płuca, krtań, oskrzewa, mikroskopijne pęcherzyki płucne. Wyobraź sobie, że jest ich 429 598. Niebywałe, że ich łączna powierzchnia starczyłaby na wypełnienie całego twojego mieszkania. W całości otulają wewnętrzne ściany płuc. Ciśnienie panujące w każdym z nich jest niezależne od ich wielkości. Dzięki temu pęcherzyki o różnej wielkości mogą ze sobą współistnieć. Zatomizowane cząstki tworzą zbiór. Widzisz, jak powietrze wchodzi przez jamę ustną, pokonuje krtań, podniebienie miękkie i inne przeszkody układu oddechowego. Tylko po to, aby dotrzeć do setek tysięcy pęcherzyków w tym samym czasie. Tutaj dokonuje się wymiana. Cząstki tlenu przenikają przez ścianę i trafiają do kanalików wypełnionych krwią. W odwrotnym kierunku przenika dwutlenek węgla. Spróbuj. Weź nie za głęboki wdech. Stopniowo go pogłębiaj, ale nie śpiesz się. Czujesz?
Czuję. W sensie nie czuję tej wymiany.
Organizm zabiera to, co chce i pozbywa się wszystkiego, co zbędne. Cały brud znajduje się w wydechu tylko po to, aby za chwilę wrócić do setek tysięcy pęcherzyków płucnych. Wdech. Zatrzymujesz. I z powrotem. I z powrotem. I z powrotem.
Szanowni Państwo, teraz pokazujemy krótki filmik z galerii.
Share a short video with you from the Copyright Gallery in Berlin. And the gallery visited us last year in Labyrinth. They also had their 20th anniversary then, and they also graced that with their exhibition. So the gallery is managed by two artists, and it's not called a gallery, but a Projektraum in German. So the space for projections, the space for different projects. And it's managed by Ute Lindner and Patrick Huber. Both of them were guests yesterday of our gathering, of our festival, and they have a small space in one of the districts in Berlin, where they create really interesting projects. And this year, they around our festival, they take place in the European Festival of Photography, a big photography festival that takes place all over Europe. And we will be able to see a short trailer, an introduction to their activities. Patrick Huber, who has been with us all the time, he had to leave today due to some family matters, and he had to leave us urgently. So unfortunately, he won't be able to speak with us. But just briefly, I'm introducing you, and then let's watch the movie from Copyright Gallery. And well, it's great to have them here, to have them as partners, and we're really happy to be cooperating with them. Thank you very much.
Was kann Fotografie heute noch sein? So viel steht fest, sie ist zur immersiven Alltagspraxis geworden.
Can we even talk about photography in contemporary world? It became an immersive everyday practice, and it was let deep into the economic structures of the world. Without photo images, nothing can be imagined right now. Even though the relations between photography and art are surprisingly difficult, as never before. So our artists take over these relationships, sometimes accepting it, sometimes looking behind the curtain. Their photos are not clear, as you can see. So the question is, what can photos be? What happens when photos are introduced into the common context, mutual context here? At least in this case, the answer is clear. A new understanding of photography is created, not only as a light-sensitive material, but also in forms of pixels. All the copying activities that are part of this work, magnifiers, Photoshop, and other means, scanner, for example, have been used just as photographs. Probably Benjamin Kutz would allow that to happen in the same way as he allowed new modes of photography, or accepted new modes of photography. These photographs are reproducible. So what is a photography? What isn't? That's the question asked by the artist. The Ping Pong Volume 2 exhibition shows us the, end and transformation of photography at the same time. It creates art as a way of, that is a way of perception, and that is an expression of our reality. In the economically structured society, in which sex is a way of burning calories, and washing liquid is also hand liquid. The efficiency of activities can also be transformed into the artist's activity. But how can we react for that reality in our art? Absurd, slapstick, and different conventions find their use here in the exhibition. Massive selling, commercial selling, is coincides with something unclear, something that evokes energy, art of photography, in which reinterpretation and transformation find full form, full field of expression, in which you interpret beyond the usual means of interpretation, to open for onto something that has been used already. Thank you very much, Copyright, for giving us this, well, next food for thought, another food for thought in this edition's festival. We always also try to think about all these topics. Where is the limit of photography? And, well, what can be understood as photography and what isn't? Also, the topic of error is treated as a chance of something new, and the festival is something that opens windows for something new in this live studio. So that gives us the possibility of connecting with other places far away from Frankfurt or Słubice. Mannheim. We've connected with Mannheim. We've connected with Düsseldorf, and also with Berlin right now. Sławek Sobczak wanted to come to us with his students and present his movies to us. He started something which is called Luca Gallery. At least it's called like that. However, their founders don't think of themselves as a gallery. They operate virtually in a virtual space, and as we see, there is a short trailer. There's a short video of their activities.
Ja, so ein kleiner Einblick in Galeria Luca. Eine für meine Generation sehr fremde Welt. Minecraft ist wohl ein Spiel, das ziemlich bekannt ist, und Galeria Luca hat dieses Spiel verändert in ein künstlerisches Spiel. Eigentlich sollte auch ein Laptop im Block O bespielbar sein.
It's a completely new world. Minecraft as a game, a computer games world is something completely new. A world that was taken over by new artists, and they found their way of expressing themselves through that. Well, we're trying to reach them right now. I'm not sure if we are succeeding, but let me just say maybe briefly about the gallery, tell you about the gallery. They live in, the gallery is located in Poznań physically, but the space of their artistic activity is located in Poznań, so basically they could be placed everywhere. It's a completely new form of visual arts that we're presenting. Aniu, how does it look like? Do we have a connection? Yes, so we're learning all the time, and since the festival takes its place for the first time in a virtual space, or at least is co-created in a virtual space, the link that we were sent did not work, so great. So maybe we will first contact with Thomas Kumlen first. We have had a brief introduction to his exhibition about cultural heritage. So maybe we'll try to reach him first and then move Luca to the next slot. Just give us a second, please.
Also Thomas Kumlen sollte um 21:15 Uhr dran sein. Er war eben schon online.
Thomas Kumlen was about to join us at 9:15. He was with us just a second before. Right now he disappeared. Another interesting experience in the functioning of our live recorded studio.
Ich höre für der Technik, dass also doch Luca gerade im Kontakt ist.
As far as if my hearing doesn't deceive me, I think Luca is currently in contact with us. So maybe they will be the ones to connect with us first. We'll see about that in a second.
Mam zadzwonić do Tomasa, żeby przyszedł? Also wir nutzen nochmal das alte Medium Telefon. Thomas, hörst du mich? Hallo, Thomas?
Hörst du mich? Hörst du mich jetzt?
Hallo, Thomas, hörst du mich? Kannst du etwas
Ich höre dich
sagen?
gut. Ja, ich spreche schon die ganze Zeit, aber du hörst mich nicht.
Jetzt höre ich dich, jetzt höre ich dich, jetzt höre ich dich.
Okay.
Oh, es gibt hier ein Echo. Hast du einen Kopfhörer, Thomas?
Nein, habe ich leider nicht.
We will be trying to solve them, but it seems that we're almost ready to go. Okay, Thomas, I am giving the floor to you. I don't want to speak too much because I can see myself. Yes, I'm here in the cathedral, and I'm speaking to you from the cathedral. I'm, really happy to be participating in the event, at least in the festival, at least in this form. I would like to thank the festival team for great organization, and well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for everything ready for successful transmissions tomorrow as well, and then hopefully we will keep this interesting festival, especially in terms of Polish-German relations, among cultural, artistic relations. I was really happy to receive your invitation. It's I think obvious to those who know me that I'm not an artist myself, but a representative of an artist of an initiative that deals with digitizing artistic work of artists in Brandenburg. Along with Andrea, we have started our work in 2011 after the study, well, after researching the topic briefly, we learned that the heritage of over 100 artists is in private hands, and well, we all know that we will die eventually, so the number of these artists will just grow. And then, after we seen the condition of preserving these works, we decided to well, digitize these works, and we wanted to create. We aimed at creating specific software based on a given database, thanks to which we will be able to present these works held in private hands to the general public, and well, we will open it to the general public. The infrastructure is not in Brandenburg. Starting from 2014, we have created a database, and from the moment we uploaded the list of works onto the network, we noticed that no new database was created, at least not in Brandenburg, besides ours. We also noticed that thanks to a great amount of inquiries, because besides of our own work on gathering these materials, it turned out that people also started applying to us to digitize their works. Also, artists who themselves who are still alive, they wanted us to digitize their work. And then we started thinking about maybe doing it in a broader association, in a broader group. And the interesting thing about it is that once we finished our work for Brandenburg land, we were requested by the Sachsenland that also asked us if we want to join works on implementation of similar project happening in Dresden. We were asked for assistance in digitizing the Saxon artists' work. So, along with a team of historians, we decided to adapt our software to create such a possibility for the works of art in Saxony as well. In the meantime, thanks to the great support from the ministry, Saxon Ministry of Art and Higher Education, we started our works. So that gave us the opportunity of finishing the project there. We got the means to integrate their system into ours, or with ours. I also learned about similar similar initiatives happening in Saarlouis. And then the institution that led the works there was the Institute of Contemporary Art in that land, along with the that bought or acquired our platform, or rights to use our platform to digitize their work. So then, of course, that was also used to For us, the clear division is also possible here to lead to show how these artists are presenting their works. For us, it's also a form. It's also a form of commemorating it. Sometimes we present the full work. Sometimes we just present it in the form of a mention in our database. We're currently constantly updating the database. The most recent one was the Werner Stützer's work, very famous sculptor from the GRD, who worked also outside of the country for quite some time. So he is quite famous and quite well known all over the world, not only in Germany. So we don't. We measure our success differently. We want to reflect as wide. We don't want to only attract celebrities, but we want to attract as many artists as possible. We want to have as broad database as possible. We not only want to create the we not only want to create a commercial medium, but we're trying also to preserve the regional aspects of art, of their interconnectivity, but also the points that differ them. And hopefully, thanks to that, we will be able to create a mature image of our art. Of German art in general, and then of course we are creating a pattern that this then can be used for other projects, and then of course hopefully our project will also lead to greater networking between the institutions, between the artists. Just please let us know if you want to switch to next slide. Sure. There's not a lot of them. So, well, there's only as much as I can tell about it. Stop me if I'm going beyond my time, please. So maybe, well, actually I'm getting to the end of my presentation, so if you have any questions, or maybe members of the audience have questions, please let us know. Let me just briefly say that tell the technicians to go through the slides quickly. The interesting thing about it is, also with the fact that the artist heritage is very often focused on memory about the given artist is related to one single or a couple of single works, and then the artist has created numerous different pieces that are less known. So our goal also is to create as comprehensive picture or image of a given artist as possible. One of the first artists that we've introduced to our database, Philip Shaker, shows that life can end abruptly, and some of the works may be even created half or only partially, and they also can be introduced into our database and present the fragility of the artist's creation. I think this is why so many artists come to us, and that those who are still alive come to us and want us to enter their works into the database. They want to be immortalized or commemorated in a way like that. And it turns out that those artists whose, especially those artists of older generation, find it hard to understand that their works being digitalized. So for us, it's also a way of educating them. That it is possible, that it can be done. Of course, that doesn't apply to the younger generation of artists who are moving around the digital world with ease, and they are fully aware of the fact that creating this kind of digital portfolio may be beneficial to them. And then, of course, after this work is being digitized, they can give it a new life. They can be observed. It can, be commented. It can be discussed in a virtual form. So this is also interesting. Artist perception is also interesting here. What kind of works I would consider as the most important here? The artist, some of the artists, of course, may not wish all of their work being immortalized like that, and they ask us to refrain from digitizing some piece of work. But this also can be a learning experience, and it can be also a conscious process for the artist, which of the work they would like to survive them, and which not necessarily. Thomas, a brief question, if I may. You're showing us a slide of an artist who died abruptly, probably. Did he manage to call you and ask you with indexing his works, because he knows that he won't live long? Well, yeah, the artist I'm showing right now, he died, his death, his passing away was a surprise for us. So he chose the way he would leave this world. But he left a group of friends behind, so and an engaged family that took care of his works, and they made sure that his art is remembered and his art is digitized and indexed. Well, it's a bit more problematic to digitize his work because he was a sculptor, sculpting in metal. So it's a bit easier to, for example, it would be a bit easier to store, I don't know, a person who deals with graphics or visual painter. So René Fürstenberg's death led to a to starting of the process of indexing his work, and I think that was a case that led to a situation where a lot more artists heard about us and heard about our initiative. So another question.
How did you take your resources, and how does it work? Where did you take your resources? Do you have a friend calling you? I have someone here. I have an artist, a friend, and you can do it for him? Or how does it work? Tell us about it. I mentioned at the beginning that on the one hand, my friends and we conducted a research, a review of the needs, of the demand for the service. So we needed to do some kind of a market research, right? We needed to check who would be interested in the structure to be created soon. And actually, we worked out a network of contacts before we even entered the network. The fact that the database has been present since 2014 speaks for itself. The database is well marketed. It's very popular, and therefore it creates even more interest. So we also travel around the world. We also here present our, let's say, services. We are present here at the festival, but we also present our events in Germany during different festivals and events. That's why we meet different people. People approach us and they are interested for themselves, for relatives. And we need to differentiate clearly between 24, 25 artists and artists who created their own documentaries in our database, knowing well that their work will be present in database only when they die. But still, it doesn't stop them from the publication because the database allows people to search for their works, but also to look for different arts through their works. So if someone would like to put something online from the database, he or she would be allowed to do it. But if someone asks us, well, then we differentiate between the people who are alive and people who have passed, of course. And then we manage their, for example, inheritance in a way. Of course, if we talk about people, artists who are alive, it doesn't matter if they live in Brandenburg or somewhere else. But when we talk about the people who have passed, their artistry, their art must be associated with Brandenburg. For example, the art, or the works were made in Brandenburg, or they imply, or they talk about Brandenburg. So we need this connection that this inheritance is actually allocated to the land, and to record such artists in our database. You ask also about financial reasons and financial situation, but yeah, briefly, because we have to move on. When we refer to our artists, if someone is interested in our database, then such a person receives from us a guidance, an advice in a way. Actually, it's a 2-hour training course. 1 hour costs 40 euro. So we train such people. So we introduce people. We prepare for them such an introduction, which is very suggestive, I have to admit. So for artists who want to be a part of our association and would like to share with us their work, they need to pay annually 30 euros as a subscription fee. Thank you, Thomas, for this insight. So I think we can talk and talk, because your activities are very passionate, and we see the passion in your work, and your approach as an artist is very important here. And we need to think about an artist, and we need to think what will happen to an artist when he or she passes. So thank you. And best regards. Okay. I don't know if you now can see what we want to present. Unfortunately, we don't have any sound for this presentation, but we will be able to see the game. And in the game, artist incorporated the element of art. So we can start. It will be game live.
Halo, słychać nas?
Tak.
Hello, can you hear me? Well, we can hear you. So we connected two accounts, so we have two sources of sound. So from one computer we can stream sound. If it's possible, please share microphone for the other account. Last year, one of the artists said that we lack new young artists. So this year, we invited Galeria Luca with a bunch of young people who create something totally different. They experiment. At least this is something new for me.
Tak więc znajdujemy się teraz na...
So as you can see on the server Luca, this is a virtual platform of our artistic activity. We are open to different interferences into our activities. Actually, you can log to our server thanks to the launcher that is present on our website, that you can find on our website. So we now start tour around our exhibition. We are here in a place that we do not have to define. This is our research center where we deal with the taste of 5G. Here we have different objects. They are on the river. They were created by our application. The whole terrain is covered with so-called technical elements. Here we can see work of Ms. Mielczarek. But it's actually difficult to differentiate which work is who, because this is the result of our common activities. The fact that it exists, that it can happen, so these are the places which remind us of games or fragments of games that we well know. But when we function in this game, we create games in a game, which are to just find elements co-creating or creating the narrative. So this is also like we're taking part in this connection. And for our research, we created a group of witchers, and we placed them in towers, 5G towers. And the whole idea of this trip is to be connected with 5G network. Now we are in the block of wizards, one of the block of wizards, not witchers, I'm sorry for that. And one is spinning, but soon we will see more of these wizards. Oh, there you go. Here they are. Our research that was trying to check the 5G taste, the technical problems are the most frequent ones that we encounter. And these technical problems, when they overlap and when they gather and they are connected with other elements of our adventures, then sometimes they lead to a situation that not everything is coherent. And from our perspective, they create a world which is more magical, based on any logic. So this is the cinema. But because we don't have much time, we're not going to present the film. We could enter the cinema and watch the film. A film about the biological renewal. And now we are waiting for the connection with 5G net. But there is no operator and there is no connection. So I think we need to do it on our own. We need to use special tools and equipment to do so. Can we ask questions? Only rhetorical questions. Yes, of course. But first of all, we need connection. In a second, you would be able to ask questions. Okay, this is it. 5G is very dangerous, and I don't recommend it to anyone. Because this technology is so dangerous that we didn't allow to connect average viewers to connect with this 5G, because you need special skills because you can be burnt, for example, or even more. Tell me you're joking. Tell them that you're joking, that you're sarcastic. Okay, so maybe we can finish the trip. This is the member of our crew, Mr. Biegowski. He created a sculpture by copying a fragment of another server, one of the biggest servers, anarchistic servers that exists today. This server is based on the fact that the game on it is not limited to any rules. The rules can be broken, and this one brick that is put on this server in 2011 can cost $2,000, for example. The world itself creates a kind of internal economy. We haven't been functioning for so long, and this is not our aim, but this is something exceptional, something different to what Minecraft is doing. and what Minecraft is creating. Because we have with us the author of the sculpture, so he can say a few words about it. Good morning. As an author, I would like to raise the issue that the sculpture, or this part from the server, is placed in a is put in a place where there are holes, where we move maps from one to the other. We have big fractures. They go to the bottom of the world where you die. That's why here we have the 0, point in the server, the anarchistic server Kuba mentioned. And this is the record of the activity of hundreds of players, thousands of hours, who play in different places on the server and who start their adventure on it. But the scale of the destruction and how many actions were undertaken on the server, everything here is processed by us and recorded. I think this is it in terms of the material that we wanted to present. Of course, we have much, much more, so we would like to invite you to just take a ride on our server. And now we can answer your questions. For a second, Picasso, Duchamp were not understood. Do you feel the same, that your art might be not understood, not comprehensible? No, it's a galloping generational barrier. I think this is the generational gap, generation gap, and it's not the matter actually of the gap, but the matter that the structure of IT society has been created by a fracture of population on the planet, which co-creates our civilization in which we exist. And some time must pass until we will keep up with each other. I can add that some groups of people, especially the younger ones, may have broader context to understand the art because actually they are brought up on Minecraft. Yeah, I think that my daughter would be excited of the possibility to play or to create such spaces of the game. Well, so we invite your daughter. Thank you very much. This is something new. And yeah, I have to say, I can feel this generation gap. But again, thank you. And the last point for today that will close the second day of the festival.
It will be, our second day will be closed by Marianna Michałowska, who will promote her book entitled Ambiguous Pleasures of the Image. Let's call it a pre-premiere because the book is in print right now. We were supposed to have 4 sample pieces, but it turns out that the book is printed in Białystok on the other side of Poland, exactly on the other side of Poland. So going, traveling through the whole country, was beyond the possibilities of the courier companies. So we can just see the cover here, unfortunately. And it's really nice for me to be able to return to you again at the end of another day, and maybe treat it as a lullaby, as a bedtime story, whatever you like. And it doesn't have to do with Minecraft. We're coming back to the oldies, to books, the old media. This is how it looks like. And if you think that photography, if you consider photography a reproduction of a reality, I do hope that this is a certain reproduction that I will be able to see next week. So Anya was supposed to ask me some questions, warm-up questions. I'm not sure if she wants, if she still has the power to do so. I'll just say that I have worked on this book for quite some time. The first impulse was lectures that I had in the Arsenal as a municipal gallery about the popular culture. So photography not as an art, but photography as part of popular realities that are flooding us. I was not based on I could not resist the pleasure or temptation not to write about the works of well-known artists, but I mixed them with other photographic images that are coming from movies, popular movies, in a way mixed with artistic projects, scientific projects. I had a problem with choosing the title of the book. I chose the one that is difficult to pronounce. So if you're German, could you say the ambiguous pleasures in German? So, and then yes, so if you're German, being able to pronounce przewrotne przyjemności, this sounds like almost impossible to pronounce, probably not only for Germans, but the ambiguity of if you're ambiguous, you're not good, completely good. If you're ambiguous, you may be deceitful. So I'm writing about photography, and it is deceitful in a way, because socially it's perceived differently, in a different manner, different way. Sometimes we're ashamed of certain images. Professor Oleg yesterday talked about his criticism, his critical view on selfie, which is super common, and artists also give in to that pleasure, to that temptation. So I'm not devoting too much of the book about to selfies, but still, I do that. So photography as an art. These are the phenomena that are not all well perceived, but on the other hand important to the creation of a photographic image and its role in culture. Great role models here could be created. Could be Nicholas Mirtsev or William J.T. Mitchell and their articles, who don't see any difference between, don't discriminate between good and bad photography. They just talk about images that we can't live without. That's why I talked about ambiguity here. I'm, obliged here to say a few words about my publisher. So the Cathedra Publishing House very young, relatively young, that started specializing in books of ethnology and social sciences, photography, referring to Luca. This is also the publishing in which Ewa Wojtowicz, writing about the internet and the activities of internet. So that there's a certain tie. I promised the publisher that I will, for the next 2 weeks, so in the pre-sales period, without the physical book being present on the market, the book is cheaper, so I need to advertise my book in such a way, and but I do it with pleasure. So the ambiguity of image is a leading topic here, but there is a lot of images here, a lot of images I use, so I'm really grateful for all the photographers, artists that deal with visual arts for enabling me to use their images, both distinguished institutions, museums, galleries, and those who publish their images on the internet, and my friends who also deal with photography. So all of them granted me their images. So it's a book about photography, but also about the functioning of photography in culture. It's also about reading and writing about photography. There's also a lot of literary examples, places where photography functions not only as an image. Is there anything else I should say? Well, I would maybe ask about chapters. So the chapters are devoted to these smaller phenomena, for example, about collecting photos. Adam Mazur, who reviewed the book for me, said that I am trying to face my own phobias or obsessions. So in the chapter about collecting, there are also examples of my collection of photo cameras. Some curios that are there. There is a chapter about porn, so to make it a bit more catchy, but accompanied by artistic photographies, very interesting ones. Taken also by the students of the Artistic University, not because they are pornographic, but they deal with the topic of nudity. There is in an interesting way, there is a chapter about gestures, and the photo that you see to the right comes from a very interesting scientific topic led by Jakub Dziewicz, who, along with his students, checked the behavior of tourists in Sagrada Familia in Spain with the gesture of raising a smartphone or a camera is an introduction to what's been going on there. There is a chapter about books on photography, how photography is described, what is the role of it. There is a chapter, there's a crime chapter. Since I'm a obsessive viewer of Victorian crime stories, I also see more and more references to photography, which on one hand shows a great interest in sources, and on the other hand, some myths and plot holes that distort the image of photography, pretending it's taken from history, and it's not, or it doesn't have to be true, right? Question. I don't know everything about the book, but there is a buzzword right now. Who can we show when we publish photos? So GDPR and rights to privacy and so on. but there is also, the topic of sensational photography that goes beyond all human behaviors, I would say dignified behaviors. So whenever there is an accident, for example, people don't rush to help, but rush to take photos of it. There is an example like that, but through an example, through a history, through a story, writing about tourism-based photography. I write about very interesting albums published recently that show about postcards of catastrophes that took place at the end of 19th and 20th, at the turn of 19th and 20th century. So people were gladly buying these postcards back in the day of, for example, crashed trains or things like that. So going beyond certain limits, as you said, of dignity. You may remember the category made by Rafał Grodowski of the undignified images, so those who were crossing the limits of human dignity there. Would you say that your book is easy to read and it's an easy read? I hope. I'm asking it on purpose because I have a couple of your books and they are not easy, but on the other hand, they make you think. So is it a different book or is it similar? Well, the book was created as a result of lectures that were supposed to be popular, designed for a greater, broader audience. So it's not a scientific text. However, of course, there are some references there. That's how I was taught to write. But I tried to make it to make it legible, to make it comprehensive, to make it understandable. Who is it for? What would you say is the audience, your target audience? I would say for my friends, closer and further friends that are interested in photography, but I know that from the reception of the Hidden Image, a book that was really popular, I know that that I wrote before. And then the group of friends got a bit broader after the publication of that book. So I'm hoping that it will happen also the same. It will also happen this time. But I use the word lullaby or fairy or bedtime story not by coincidence at the beginning. There is a lot of stories, there is a lot of anecdotes there. So thank you very much for that. I would definitely, knowing the previous books, I definitely recommend this book. And yes, these previous ones are maybe read a bit slowly, but maybe you should do that to get a better view or idea or conclusions from reading this book. That would make us better partners in conversations on photography and functioning of photography in the contemporary world. Thank you. I hope that it will happen. I'm not sure if you can see the slides clearly, but in the middle you can see Polaroid photos taken by the group called Minilabists, and they specialized in taking photos of popular toys using Polaroid, and then they made exhibitions out of it. So that may also be, the case that's about this book, that it's not always about serious, super serious things. So that was the initial assumption a bit. So there is not going to be any drama, any trauma there. I would say it focuses on more pleasant, even though not always obvious, side of photography. So you can order it on the website of the publishing house, as I said, Cathedra Publishing House. Thank you very much, Marianna. that was the last point of our festival studio, because tomorrow we're moving on to nature, outdoor location. But this is the last element. That's the last element of indoor part of our festival. So maybe a few words of summary. Well, I think we need some time to think about it, to get some sleep, and then to look back. But I think right now I would like to say that it is a very interesting experience for us. I can't say it was, because it's still happening. We will definitely be discussing how Labyrinth will look like next year, which experience we would like to move to the next edition, which won't. We apologize for some hiccups, for some delays, technical problems. It was a completely new experience for us, and I think that to finish up, we need to award the HTS television with a round of applause, because for perfectly dealing with all the challenges that we threw at them, and hopefully we will also be able to sit with them and talk about the next editions of the Labyrinths. And a great round of applause also for those who were working behind the scenes. Great job, guys, and my admiration to you. I'm a interpreter myself, but I only do it consecutively. I wouldn't be able to do it simultaneously, but I would definitely not be able to do it for such a long time. So I do hope we will be able to work with you next year. Hopefully you will have some rest in between, and you will visit us next time. Well, yes, we had some problems, live problems. Everything happened in the virtual space, but the whole festival studio will soon be available on our website. You might be able to return to certain lectures, interviews. I'm sure that the interviews with artists that we've had are very inspiring, and it's worth using them. And since we're reflecting, there are still, there's still the topic of traveling, having a tour around the exhibitions. This was like almost as a family trip. There were people from the city joining us, bystanders joining us. So we have always said that this was gave the festival the particular flavor, that the artists can be touched in a way. You not only see their works, but you can also speak with them. You can also exchange views with them. You can also comment on your impressions. You can tell about your impressions to the artist. So because work of art is only a vehicle for a conversation between us about our reality. And I think we discussed many interesting things, and we'll see how can we combine our real life conversations with this live studio, because it did have its advantages as well, I would say. Sometimes we talked remotely, sometimes we talked in real life, so that's made us focus on a task, which is, I think, very, very precious if you're dealing with other people. So I think I would love to see the best of two worlds in the next edition. I'm convinced that we did something amazing here. We did something new, and it was amazing. And do you remember when I said in HTS interview that we're doing something amazing, and you said, well, well, it's not new. Maybe I will see. It's going to be amazing. And now you're boasting about it. So yeah, we'll talk later. We'll talk later. Of course, there are those who came before us, those who did a better technical job, but. Among these bottom-up activities, I think we're one of the top ones. Marianna, do you also have this impression? Because I asked you, I wanted to ask you about that. Yes, I agree that despite all the limitations, all the obstacles, you came out on top. So my congratulations. Interesting event for organizing this interesting event. I don't know how did it look like streamed because I was here present, but I think I'm sure that it's something worth continuing, at least to some extent. These conversations that are going to be available to see what was left, in previous editions, we had even if we had a catalog, I lacked these detailed information archives. So the possibility of returning to it, I think there is a chance to do that right now. But that may be a question to you as well. Do you think that well, maybe we will get flooded with the excess of things, of materials to watch? Well, no, because you can be picky. If you have a lot of material, you can choose. You have a lot to choose from. If you visit all the other art festivals, you just move along your own way. You just get through those things that interest you, and you give that offer to people, I think. So that's the question, and that's the challenge, I think. We have, 7 hours? Today, 8 hours, I think. So we have 16 hours of material. And Mariusz Konopka said that, well, next year maybe we will just cut it in pieces so that people can find it in a better way. So I'm asking myself, maybe we can subdivide it better, in a better way. So those who are interested only in one interview, in one fragment, will find it better. Yes, we need to probably make our team bigger then. Yes, that's a challenge for next year. Yes, we're waiting for the €1 million that Jerzy Olek mentioned initially in the beginning. I can only say that well, I got some nice comments, nice text messages with congratulations on how it was presented, how it was showed. We're sitting here, so we didn't know how it was presented. So I think the TV, HTS TV, did their job really well. Yes, and we've been doing it in virtual and real worlds, and we weren't fully aware of the fact, what does it mean? We didn't even know how to do it, so we discovered that only with time. What is what kind of, how much work is involved in it? Yes, much more than in the previous years, I guess. Okay. Thank you very much. For those of us who are joining us here, tomorrow between 11 and 1 p.m. You can view the exhibitions both in Słubice and Frankfurt. And then we invite you to the Urat Valley, and we're moving the festival to the outdoors, and then we will be able to taste the art, see the art, hear the art, and there's going to be some food, some breakfast there. And we'll see you next year, of course. And we're waiting for your ideas and your comments. See you.
Gratulacje raz jeszcze. Ja myślę, że
najtrudniejsze dla Was to było to, żeby przez te 8 godzin dziennie siedzieliście tutaj i przed